The inspiration for the death of pro wrestling is dead. The WWE holds a draft, and a stiff breeze would blow most of AEW's roster away. It's the Jim Cornette experience again, everybody, and we're going to talk about all that and more. And joining me to do it, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard podcast network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's the #1 draft pick in the podcasting world. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. I hope you haven't tried to kidnap anyone or conspired with Michael Jordan this week, but you said a stiff breeze. Boy, wrestling could really use that right now. Both companies.
Boy, or maybe a job. Maybe a stiff breeze or a job, one or the other.
Vince has already paid for those blowjobs. I don't know if we can encourage more.
Yeah, but they need to do something for the poor show. The television programs are languishing, while the chairman of the board, chief executive officer, president of the global space force, whatever his new title is, he's getting all the loving at a high rate of payment, and the TV shows are getting no love at all. This is watching wrestling. I think the Surgeon General ought to come out with a warning that they have to flash up on the screen before the current wrestling programs that watching modern wrestling may be bad for your health, if not physically, definitely mentally. It's sapping my energy. I'm becoming more spent by the day, and the furrows on my brow are getting deeper. They look like Abdullah the Butcher's gig marks, and I'm thinking maybe that it ought to be some type of health warning that you listen to the wrestling news every day for what actually happened, and you listen to our programs every day for what should happen or shouldn't have happened, but watch the shit in person on television at your own risk. What do you think?
I think you're exactly right. It's a rough slog to actually have to watch these things, let alone want to watch these things, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it later on, but that WWE Rivals on Shawn versus Steve Austin, I watched that. You see Vince in that thing, you're like, oh yeah, that is what he used to look like.
Yes, and that's what the show used to look like. And
that's right.
Even though everybody was fucking either on drugs or pissed off or out of control or whatever.
The fans brought signs, that's all that mattered.
Jesus Christ. And they didn't even have to know how to spell all the words. You got the picture of what they meant. But it's taken a toll on me. And I thought of a story yesterday. And to tell you the whole way that I thought of the story would actually be boring. But in a short version, Stace read me a text that somebody sent her, and I blurted out the punchline of the story. And she looked at me like I had turds hanging out of my mouth. I said, what are you talking about? And then I told her. And I think she'd heard it. She remembered it. But it's been 30 years ago. You may have heard it. You may not. But in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, 1993, Brian Lee, primetime Brian Lee, is one of the baby faces, right? It was before he switched heel. And one of the female fans in, it might have been Johnson City, maybe somewhere up in the Tri-Cities, but was just head over heels in love with primetime Brian Lee. And this was not uncommon. It would have been uncommon if there wasn't a number of the female fans in love with a number of the baby faces back in the territory days. But she was goo-goo over it. And I don't know if I ever saw the young lady, but I from what I heard, it was not like she was the most attractive fan in the building. And she would just go and moon over him at the gimmick table, and she was always there at the matches, bless her. And he was like there was nothing going on. He was trying to be as babyface as he could and not run the girls off because they're buying his pictures and buying the tickets, but at the same time not encouraging her because she didn't need any encouragement, right? So anyway, at the time, Brian Lee lived in Nashville. And he would come over on Thursday or Friday at the start of the weekend and go back on Sunday or Monday, whatever. And he was married. And some night that he's home with his wife in suburban Nashville, this girl, I can't remember what happened. It was either a health issue or an accident she was in or whatever. And it wasn't like it was not going to be fatal. But she's in the hospital. And she apparently, and this back in the days before the internet, you couldn't just come up with people's numbers and shit. She had done enough research that she had come across Brian Lee's home phone number in Nashville. And she gives it to the hospital people like he's her next of kin contact or emergency contact, right? The person that she wants notified first that she's in the hospital and losing blood is primetime Brian Lee over in Nashville. So the hospital people, they don't know who the fuck is Brian Lee. They call the number they're given, and Brian's wife answers the phone. And it's the hospital in Johnson City or whatever saying, Phoebe Figalilly over here is in the hospital here with us. She's losing blood, and she wants Brian Lee to know about this. And now Brian's wife starts yelling at him. It's like the fucking scene in It's a Gift with W.C. Fields where, what's the maternity hospital doing calling you at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I thought it was bad enough you told everyone you were the Undertaker, and now this.
Well, that wouldn't happen for about 2 or 3 years. But anyway, so she's now yelling at him. Who's this fucking girl calling you from the hospital? And he gets on the phone and says hello, and these hospital people again say, Phoebe Figalilly's here in the hospital, and she wants you to know, and she's losing blood. And he said, let me know when the bitch is 2 quarts low, and hung up on him.
Oh, my God, Jesus.
And that was the greatest fucking line. And that's why I blurted out, let me know when the bitch is 2 quarts low. That's something.
So wait, what did Stacy say to you that caused you just go right to the punchline?
She read a text from somebody about a fucking... It's about a person who had a health issue, and it just after 30 years that just struck me, and I just blurted that line out, and there you go.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question that came up while you were telling that story. You obviously wanted women to be into the babyface wrestlers, and you wanted them to at least frequent the gimmick table, so they're spending some money there, the guys like that. Did you ever have problems, or forget that? How often did you have problems with women who would kind of take over the table in a sense? They weren't going to leave. They were going to go there, and they were going to stand there and hover over the table no matter who came to talk to the wrestler.
Well, you always have that to some extent, just if they get lost in a conversation or...
Right, that's different, though. That's different.
Yeah, but also we had... See, I was not out at the gimmick table because I was a heel, and they didn't know I had anything official to do with anything at that point in time. But between Brian Hildebrand, and we had a variety of people, like Brian's wife, Pam, in some cases, was on the gimmick table. And Brian was overseeing things, or Sandy Scott would drop by, or whatever the fuck. Or in some cases, if there was a blockage of business, it wouldn't be the wrestler with the fans that were blocking the whole area. It would be the other guys where people couldn't get to them and go, hey, and they'd buzz one of the boys and they would, get rid of them. So it was self-policing. There was no, because there weren't fans back then that were going to come up and ask like essay questions about angles or talent or contracts being signed in the big companies or whatever.
No, that was when we came down. That was the only time you guys.
Yeah, that's the only time we set aside special time for, you guys, because that would have clogged things up. And let's be honest, except if one of the male fans knew one of the guys personally or just wanted to get a picture or autograph for their kid or whatever, say hello, the guys are not going to spend any time at the gimmick table talking to the guys because they're going to be hanging around because most of the girls in the building are at the gimmick table talking to the baby faces. So the guys would hover around, but they're not going to. It was a whole different fucking thing. The guys wanted to come and see the guys fight and shake their hand, cheer them on, but they didn't want to engage in particularly long-winded conversations, and there wasn't, autograph hunters like there are now that are going to bring all this different variety of merchandise and spread, because there was none, and spread it out. They had pictures on the table, boom, by the picture, sign, hey, good luck tonight, blah, blah, blah. So it was self-policing.
Whatever happened to The fan, whatever, Fenelius Pinkbottom, whatever her name was that you gave her, I forget. What, did she survive?
Phoebe Figalili,
There we go.
Know was her name.
There we go.
And Phoebe Figalili is a silly name, but so many silly things keep happening.
But did she show up? Hold on.
A no prize to the first person who identifies the sitcom that those are words from the theme song of. But I don't know what happened to her. It wasn't my week to watch her.
But did she come back to Johnson City ever again? That's the question.
I don't know, because I wasn't out there at the gimmick table. We heard the story went around the locker room of this incident.
See, the one thing Brian Lee's wife should raise issue with is, how does she have your phone number?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Again, it wasn't easy to get guys' phone numbers back then. You didn't have the internet and all that stuff. And so you had to be really dedicated and search and stalk and find. And that was another indication that maybe she was a little too interested in what,
Real quick aside, and then we can go right back to Happy Talk. But you were there. Is it true that Shawn Michaels inherited a bunch of money from a rich fan who left it to him?
Yes. I can't remember the amount or the exact particulars, but yes, that was a true thing. There was a fan who passed away, did not have, I hope he didn't have any goddamn close relatives, or was it a he or she? I can't even remember.
It was a woman, I think. It was an older woman.
Okay, older woman.
That's a story, at least, yeah.
Hopefully whoever this unnamed person that I've forgotten about is, didn't have close relatives that they cut out of the will, but yeah, Shawn got an inheritance. And I mean, that was the thing. In the territory days, the modern era of the territory days, 80s, early 90s, the guys started calling them sponsors, because when things got tough in the wrestling business, I mean, this is not like a new thing. It's been going on since there were men and women, that some guys would, move into a situation and take advantage of either being cooked for, cleaned for, financed, given a place to stay, whatever, at a particular town by one of their female sponsors.
It's not just wrestling. I mean, it's like minor league baseball too. Yeah.
But that, that was the case when, especially when the wrestling business, except for the big companies, was starting to be bleh, guys did what they had to do. But there's also always been the stalker type that would go the extra mile and would follow guys, if they could, home or wherever they were staying, or would try to track down addresses and phone numbers. And remember, I've told you the story of she was harmless, as it turns out, but the girl named Pam out in Wilmington, North Carolina, that somehow fell in love with Bobby Eaton without ever having seen him in person, just seen him on TV, and sent boxes of fan mail. But not just boxes of fan mail to the Crockett's office in Charlotte, but postcards and pictures. She had a shrine to Bobby on a dresser in her bedroom, and she had taken to calling Bobby her little tater.
Oh, that's right.
Right? Remember, I told you this. And there was a basket on the shrine. There was pictures of Bobby, and there was the things that reminded her of Bobby, and there was a basket of potatoes, and there was a big potato with like blonde yarn for hair. And she had drawn eyes on it, and she had her little tater. And I mean, she sent pictures of her in not anything sexy or naked or whatever. Just, she wanted to marry Bobby, and she would talk about, she hoped that they would someday be together. And you could tell something was going on, obviously, but she'd have pictures of her in various places with a tater, thinking of Bobby, or the shrine she had, or pictures stuck up everywhere, or I've still got the box around here somewhere, because it was fascinating. It should have been a character study in some psychology manual. And the punchline was, first time, because we didn't go to Wilmington a lot because there was no indoor building. We only ran in good weather out at Legion Stadium. That's where the plane was going that crashed with Flair and those guys. It was going to Wilmington Legion Stadium. So the first time we go to Wilmington after this mail starts, and I'd show it to Bobby in the car, and I'd tell him about it. And he's like, me and Dennis would rib him about it. And then we go to Wilmington. And you know she's going to be there, right? And I thought, oh boy, this might, something good might happen or funny or whatever. And a big rainstorm comes. And by the time we get there, it's pouring rain. And of course, it's an outdoor show. And in the grandstand, there's an overhang. And the people that are staying, hoping that the show will take place, are under that overhang up in the stands. And the ring's getting soaked. And it's pouring. And I think, oh, God damn it, who's the promoter? Carl Murnick or Elliot Murnick, one or the other. We're asking, are we going to do this? Well, not sure. Hang around. And we look out, and from the dugout locker room area where you walked across to the field and then went out on the field, they're standing in the rain with an umbrella and a bouquet of what looked like a dozen roses, because this is 150, 200 feet away easily. One lone woman, umbrella, and it looked like the pictures of old Pam. Pam Falcon was her name. An umbrella and a dozen roses and wearing a dress.
Oh.
And standing there in the rain. And thinking, we're heels. We can't go out there because it's right in front of the whole building, right? At the same time, Bobby's too embarrassed / shy. We're ribbing him, go out there. You know Bobby, right? He's like, no, Corny, I'm married. I don't want to get involved in this. And she's, you see,
because that's what you mean.
Well, you know, he said, I don't want to lead this woman on, and I'm married, and I don't know what, you know, and I'm not a tater. And so finally they call it off about 20 minutes later, and we all get in the cars, we're parking, and we turn and leave at the other end of the field, and there that woman was still standing there with that. But anyway.
Oh, that's like a heartbreaking ending to the story.
Well, if she kept sending the letters, she wasn't deterred. And then I think the letters came until Crockett's office closed.
Do you think if Bobby just like gave her a kiss on the cheek and like a slow dance, that'd be it? She'd be happy forever?
No, I think that then Bobby would have gone home and found Donna boiling in a pot on the stove or something. So that's, no, hey.
With potatoes?
People with potatoes. Now with potatoes. These, some of the people, some of the fans, the male fans were the violent ones, but the female fans were the more motivated if they were involved with somebody. You've heard the stories where people supposedly were claiming they were married to Jerry Jarrett in Louisville in the first couple of years had 3 or 4 wives in the crowd that claimed to be his wife, trying to be somebody and get the fans to make over him. But they'd find out that his mother was the promoter. She's walking through the building. And so but Teeny would bust some of them claiming to be Jerry Jarrett's wife. And, you know, you never know how far people are going to take a thing like that. But these are the kind of stories, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, which has just gone over 350,000 subscribers. Boy, howdy.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
What happened?
Well, we went over 350,000 subscribers, but our batteries may be dying.
But the production values will stay the same.
They will stay exactly the same because you never know when they could go right back down again. So we're gonna stay at the same plane where we are, and they'll come back down and meet us. But speaking of things that are staying at the same plane, the quick turnaround continues. To the point where I don't know where we're at Cornette's Collectibles, the big sale at jimcornette.com. I mentioned on your program that we just did a fucking couple of days ago, 48 hours ago, I think. It seems like that we were zipping through this. Hotchkiss Featherbottom picked up a couple of 100 boxes of action figures on, I believe it was Wednesday morning. And they're being processed as we speak this weekend, and he's picking up another 200. No, he was here on Friday, son of a bitch. That's the son of a bitch was here picked up a couple of 100 on Friday. He's picking up another couple of 100 the middle of this week. Anything not related to an action figure that was ordered through April 20th is already signed and processed and in the pipeline. And the action figures, while they are not only bulkier, but also more fragile, require careful packing as well as signing to order. They take the longest, but we're whipping through those as best. I think we're down to about the last 400 or 500 orders that are outstanding, which is pretty good. The feather bottom system working again. And we're going to have news on the cancer donation next week on the experience after the first of the month. Hotchkiss is coming over, and another thing he's going to do, Brian, you know, he's a whiz. I told you about that thing he invented called the email blast.
He didn't invent that. You did tell me about him getting you set up with an email blast.
No,
yes.
he told me he came up, well, he's done another thing, and this will blow your mind, because I see usually when I make the donations to charity, I write a check like I do for all my other bills or anything that I pay, and I put it in the mail with a stamp on it. And then, you know, a few weeks later, you'll get the confirmation back in the mail, like from the Crusade for Children or wherever the case the money went. But we want to send out the proof that the Cult of Cornette's money has gone where we said. So how can we do this quicker? So what he's going to do is we're going to give the money online, and he has come up with a thing called a screenshot, where he's going to take a screenshot. It's like a picture of the confirmation that we've sent the money, and then he can tweet that or disseminate that out on the social media. So I'm thinking about it.
Or manipulate it because he's a crook.
Well, no. I'm thinking about investing some more with him. You know, I invested in Email Blast Incorporated because I thought it was a good idea. I'm thinking about we're going to start Screenshot Incorporated because I think this is an idea that could catch on. And I'm investing some money in that so he can lay the groundwork.
Well, sounds like you've really got your investments under control right now.
Well, I'm trying to diversify and get into the new technology.
The new technology of
the
screenshots.
New technology. But yeah, because, you know, that's the wave of the future.
The screenshots?
Along with plastics.
With plastics.
Well, technology and plastics. The wave of the future. You got to get in on the ground floor of this stuff. That's why I've got Hotchkiss in my corner guiding me.
I don't understand. So what are you saying? He can make a screenshot to show evidence that he's actually doing what he's supposed to do?
Well, no, we're going to send out. That's where, follow the goddamn conversation.
I'm trying to follow the logic. Yeah.
Well, no, follow the money. See, what we're going to do is we're going to send out
so far
a
it's
screenshot,
yeah,
trademark of.
No, it's not.
Of the, it soon will be when, you know, we've filed the papers already. He's taking care of that. So nobody, I feel confident in talking about this because nobody can steal it now. But he's going to take a screenshot of where we give the money to the American Cancer Society off of the action figures that are on sale now at jimcornette.com. There's still a few available. I think we're somewhere, I don't know, it's moving so fast, but we've sold about 700 of them, thereabouts or over. So there's still a couple hundred left. And $10 off each goes to the American Cancer Society to help fight breast cancer because it's my breast cancer pink and black outfit. And that's going well as well as the Inside the Ropes magazines, which we are down. We had 1,000 and we're on the last 400 now. And those are not going to be restocked. So if you wanted that, with that fantastic picture of me on the cover signed to your specifications, then you need to jump in on that. And also the Inside the Ropes DVD, the London event with myself and Jim Ross and Bret the Hitman Hart. That's our quickest selling DVD and it can't be the best selling because we've had some DVDs for a longer period of time, obviously sell many more copies, but it's very fast selling. So get that while it's available. JimCornette.com.
That's right.
But yeah, I think I'm going to make some money on this thing.
I don't think so.
See, why do you always have to be
honest?
You're not the only wizard of Wall Street. You've always got to be so negative if it's not your idea.
This has nothing to do with Wall Street in any sense of the word. This is about common sense.
Well, this is more like Silicon Valley when he keeps coming up with these technological innovations to make my life easier.
It's more like Feather Bottom Valley, where you just put your money in and it just keeps sinking into the valley.
Well, I want to buy an orange grove with the money.
Really?
Because I've been waiting for Uncle Bean to die. But it seems like he keeps clinging on, so I'm going to buy my own orange grove.
Hey, your magazine, The Inside the Ropes, has done so well. You surprised PWI hasn't hit you up yet about being on the cover?
Well, no, because I don't think they want to look like copycats. And at the same time, I've signed an exclusive arrangement with Inside the Ropes. I'm their cover boy. Next, I'm doing a centerfold.
Oof. The most thrown away issue in history.
Oh, come on now. I'm gonna put our YouTube plaque when they send us a plaque. The next plaque, I'm gonna put it right.
Like Shawn? You're gonna do the Shawn Michaels
like
pose?
Shawn, yeah. Or Lawler with his
and then Brett could call you a degenerate.
Well, nobody called Lawler a degenerate or Burt Reynolds.
Everyone called Lawler a degenerate. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, not when he posed for that picture. It was the thing that Burt Reynolds did.
You a Burt Reynolds fan?
I enjoyed some of the things that he was in. I can't say that I would have traveled around the world to see him specifically or gone to a fan fest to get his autograph personally, but I've enjoyed some of his endeavors.
Like what, Cop and a Half?
Well, Smokey and the Bandit, for heaven's sake. Yeah. You really can't go any farther. And then he was great in 60s television. Burt Reynolds was all over 60s TV.
Boogie Nights is his best role.
That's right. I forgot he was there.
Should have won the Oscar that year.
Well, speaking of Oscar, I think we got an Oscar in Reggie's Corner this week. I'm not sure. Oh, come on.
All the cats are talking about this. This cat's... Whoa! Okay. Oh. Jeez, that came out of nowhere.
Well, get out of that rocking chair there, Brian. That cat's got too long a tail. That's what Aunt Lola would say. No, it is Reggie's Corner, ladies and gentlemen, where we recognize in a fond way, but hopefully with a little mirth making, some of our fine furry feline friends that have departed and passed. And I've caught up on some of my emails because I felt bad because since we've started doing this, so many people have written in with their stories that I didn't want to be leaving anybody out. So I've tried to go through as many emails as I can here lately. Condolences to Stephen on the passing of his cat, Sheena, who had an accident. She choked on a hair tie that was just accidentally left around. And they rushed her to the vet, but to no avail. So, folks, again, especially if you have chewy children of any kind, 2 legs, 4 legs, or whatever, chewy children that like to chew on shit, put stuff in their mouth or chew on things, you got to child-proof and pet-proof the house. You can't leave things like that laying around.
Hey, we talked about bobcats last week, right?
Right.
Listen to this. That's a bobcat.
I thought that was you when you saw Pockets come out on AEW.
No, that was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. But anyway, but Stephen, we're sorry about Sheena. And again, make sure you pick up, folks, anything that may be laying around that the pets could chew on. Grab all the plastic bags from the dry cleaners and put them away where the pets can't get them. Put them in the baby's crib or something like that.
Is she named after Sheena from Sheena is a Punk Rocker? By the Ramones?
Actually, the cat's name was Sheena, but it had a nickname of Kiki. Sheena Kiki, in quotation marks. And then the last name, which I don't want to...
Or Sheena Queen of the Jungle?
It could be Sheena Queen of the Jungle. All right, I'm moving on here, if you'll forgive me here, Mr. Bobcat last. Brad in Nebraska wrote in, today I had to say goodbye to my best friend, my dog Brutus. We've been pals from the day he was born until his last day 15 years later. And the final few days as I went through sleepless nights, comforting him, your show comforted me. Brad, we're sorry about Brutus, but from the day he was born, that must mean he's a family pup, and he was born on the premises. So that's even more sentimental. Also, Evan from Massachusetts sent in a picture of his dachshund, his puppy Max, who had to go away recently. He's had him since Evan was 12 years old, but Max, the dachshund, was 15, but he sent a picture of Max eating a McDonald's Happy Meal, the box and everything. in happier times. So he says about Max, he was beloved by hundreds of people and a legend in his own right. I hope to add him to the hall at Reggie's Corner so he may be joined with great company. Evan, we're sorry about Max. Paul from Hamilton, Ontario. And this was so sweet. I write this on my dog Puddles' final night before he crosses over and finds Tatter, Kia, and Sandy in the place where there are always bunnies to chase and the stakes grow on trees. Puddles is an adoptee and traveled from Georgia, USA, because he's from Canada. Paul is Hamilton, Ontario. He traveled from Georgia, USA, all the way to me in Hamilton, Ontario. He's a mix of German Pointer and American Bulldog, which is what we call pit bulls because they're banned here. He looks like a slim-nosed white pit bull with spots. Anyway, he'd been the best beast and a great friend for 7 years. I'm going to miss him a lot. Paul, we're sorry about Puddles. And also Virgil from right here in Louisville. Had to put his baby girl and his best friend Megan to sleep. She was a forever foster with heart issues and was the queen of their castle, like Stacy. Well, really, Harley's the princess of our castle, but she was the queen of their castle. And we're sorry to hear, little 14-pound girl. Anyway, and I also let's bring it back to a more positive animal situation.
What's a more positive animal?
Well,
because these other animals are depressing the shit out of me.
No. I'm saying a more positive animal situation here. This is from Rylan and Parker. Basically, he says, mine and my son's dog Parker was born without the use of one of his back legs, and the other is pretty much for hopping. And through that time we've had plenty of struggles with him being anxious and chewing his tail due to the anxiety whenever I had to go to work, and he had to be crated. That was until I started leaving your podcast on YouTube playing for him when I went into work every day. And since doing that, the chewing and anxiety he goes through have all but disappeared. We don't agree with much wrestling-wise. I don't know if he means me and him or him and his dog. But I still appreciate your take and what you've done for my little fur ball. That's from Rylan and his little fur ball Parker. So see, we do have soothing voices and bring comfort to the masses.
I see.
You do see.
Right here, I should say.
Right here. And also, and you've got a couple of people to recognize, but one more here. RC from Oregon, who wrote that, unfortunately, his mother had passed away about a year ago. But this was in the middle of over the past couple of years. He's been working on his health, and he has lost almost 200 pounds in 2 years. So while it'll be a year towards the end of this month that he's lost his mother and it's been rough, he's still been able to accomplish that. And so he has done worlds for his own health. So again, RC from Gresham, Oregon. Congratulations on your weight loss, and we're sorry to hear about your mom. And I know, Brian, you've got a couple people you want to bring up.
Yeah, a few friends of the show, a few friends of Arcadian Vanguard who have recently had some passings in their family, and I just want to say something here on the air. But Scott Cornish, a longtime member of the Arcadian Vanguard family, longtime friend of mine since Smoky Mountain Wrestling Fan Week, his mom just passed away, and I was really sorry to hear about that. And then someone you and I both know who we correspond with, who I hadn't heard from in a little while, Frank the Collector. And Frank, I'm sorry I haven't called you, but at least I'm going to talk about it here. But Frank the Collector, his father just passed away. And again, very, very sorry to hear about that. Frank's a longtime friend of ours and a good guy. And finally, Dale Spear. Once again, a mutual friend of ours.
Yes.
And his mom just passed away. And very sorry for all three of these guys.
Well, and I'm saying I owe Dale at least an email, if not a phone call. But Dale has been he's originally from Minnesota and has been a longtime fan since the 60s of the wrestling business and knew everybody, and actually hooked me up with some of the old Houston wrestling programs that were bound from the Houston from Paul Bosch's office that ended up with Nick Bockwinkel when Nick owned part of the Houston office. And I have those in my collection now through Dale, and I'm sorry to hear about that, Dale. And also, I just heard about Frank, the collector, his father passing away this morning, because as soon as you mentioned it to me, I had gone to the post office box, and there was a box from Frank. Hadn't heard from him in a while, and his letter explained that, and he sent me, as a memento, his father's VHS machine, an RCA forehead machine.
Oh, wow.
What looks like it's got to, I'm thinking the mid to late 80s. You know, I'm pretty good on my VCRs. And Frank said it hadn't been used that much. Let him know if it still worked with a modern television, but it's what he and his father used to watch classic wrestling tapes on when people watched tapes. And he said, I was the only other person besides his dad that he knew that still had and watched VHS tapes. That's why he wanted to send it to me. So Frank, I'm writing you, but I appreciate it. I'll broadcast this. You'll probably hear it quicker, maybe. Anyway, those are people we want to talk about. And Brian, you hear what that is, don't you?
Was it a bill?
The proof is in the paper. You've been mocking me, and you've been, casting aspersions at me when I've tried to explain to people.
Oh, you mean on air? Yeah.
Yes. Well, so is there something I need to know about that's been going on off air?
There's nothing you need to know about.
There's absolutely nothing that I'm aware of, right?
That is correct.
Okay. But you have been taking me to task when I've been trying to warn the people about one of the problems in the world today. One of the stressing, trying problems of our time is the people that are being sent to inhabit the insides of our walls and spy on us for various reasons and purposes. The internet service providers. That's why you need to get the Express VPN, because you can disguise your location and they'll send somebody over to Bolivia and put somebody in their walls in Bolivia thinking it's you. See, this kind of thing. We're trying to provide a public service. Keep people out of other people's walls. Well, right here, somebody just sent me a news clipping, and this is from a few years ago, but it illustrates, because this is a problem that's not getting enough attention. There's not enough people in your walls awareness. I think you can agree with this, Brian, right? You don't see anybody calling attention to this, except me.
I can completely agree with that. I don't see anyone calling attention to this issue except you.
Well, see, and now we can start the ball rolling. This happened. It's well, I'm telling you, now this is proof right here. This is a news article. The headline, Death in the Bathroom. In May 2018, a maintenance worker at the Core Shopping Center in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, was sent to the fourth floor women's restroom to fix a toilet that wouldn't flush. When the worker removed a panel behind the toilet to gain access to the plumbing, he discovered the dead body of a man in his 20s wedged inside the wall. An investigation later concluded that the man had entered the woman's restroom 3 days earlier. Based on evidence at the scene, officers believe the victim then climbed inside the wall through the vent opening, where he became stuck and later died. An autopsy ruled the death accidental. Police were never able to determine why the man had climbed into the wall in the first place. Well, we know. We've been talking about it. So I want people to get out there and write your congressman, and or create an awareness program in your local communities, and maybe hand out free pickaxes and sledgehammers to people that want to do a thorough search of their homes to make sure that they're free of people hiding in the walls.
This wasn't a home, was it?
Well, it's the same thing.
The whole story just fell apart.
Well, you got to take care of your own home first. They've got employees in the mall that can take care of looking around at that.
Employees at the mall that can look inside the wall?
Yes. What they're going to do is you've got to give the people. You got to give the people the axes and the pickaxes and the sledgehammers so they can take care of their homes. Then for public buildings, if it's a city building, the city's got employees. Maybe the sanitation workers can go in and do it. If it's a shopping mall like this, maybe the people working at Sunglass Hut, give them some sledgehammers and pickaxes and tell them, find the people in these walls.
As crazy as all your thoughts on this are, I think you have hit on something. The idea, the genesis of a new business. Imagine if for 30 minutes you could pay to go into a room, put on some goggles, put on a helmet, and destroy as much shit with a pickaxe as you can. And then as soon as you leave, they put up new drywall and they let people do it again. I'm talking about people paying for it. You do it for free.
Okay, well, I was going to say that's awful expensive. I've had some experience with that.
That was my idea, just a destruction room.
Well, but that does nothing to get the people out of the walls. Anyway.
Well, I don't want
to. Well, we'll wait till next week when ExpressVPN.
We can follow up on this. That's right.
Here's somebody else that's dead. They weren't necessarily stuck in the wall. Jerry Springer has passed away. What was he? Almost 80 years old or thereabouts?
I don't have his age. I'll pull it up.
Well, pull it up or pull it down or tug on it a little bit. Don't tug too hard. He was a senior citizen. It might come off. But Jerry Springer,
79.
70, almost 80. I was right there. Is this just a United States thing, or does everybody around the world, our international audience, do they understand Jerry Springer, who he was, what he did?
Well, again, he was in syndication. I actually don't know too much about the international syndication on a show like that. I mean, there's a lot of talking, but I'm trying
to figure out how much prefacing we need to do instead of just saying Jerry Springer, like just Cher or whatever, Elton John.
I think even if you're a kid, let's say you're 20 years old, whenever you would have first been exposed to Jerry Springer, it wasn't necessarily the same show it was in the late 90s. So you probably do need to preface it a little bit.
Okay, well, basically, folks around the world or young people who are ignorant to everything that went on before you were born, Jerry Springer was at one time the mayor of Cincinnati, Ohio, in a previous lifetime. And actually, if I'm remembering correctly, because Cincinnati's right up the road, if I'm remembering correctly, it was either while he was mayor or then he was a member of the city council or whatever, but he got in a scandal and got kind of bounced from his spot because he had paid for a hooker with a check. And they found out about it. So that didn't show a lot of good judgment. But anyway, then for our purposes, Jerry Springer became one of the hosts of one of the early afternoon, daytime alleged talk shows that was more, people's problems and issues, trash TV, as it became known. I guess maybe what Morton Downey Jr. was really the trailblazer, and he was hot for 2 years or so. And then Jerry Springer came in with a more reasonable, kind of toned down version, and he was a little bit more charming as a host. And then as the program started airing and started expanding, much like the wrestling business over a period of about 50 years, only this happened in less than 10, the Springer Show started getting more outlandish and more worked and more over the top as entertainment rather than, I get entertainment for some. Did I do a halfway decent job there, Brian? What can you add to that?
Jerry Springer's first show was just a regular kind of talk show in an era when a lot of people from Maury Povich to Geraldo Rivera, let alone to Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah, there were a lot of these kind of shows. He was one of them. It was a syndicated show. And eventually, I presume, I don't know too much about the history. I remember the Gigi Allen episode. That was early on. But eventually they realized the violence would sell. When I say violence, it wasn't like crazy violence, but it was just attacks, pulling hair, just craziness on the show. The chaos is what made the show stand out from the rest. Again, a different audience maybe you're going after than an Oprah or a Sally Jesse, but that's what it started as one of those shows, and then it just became a wrestling version of a talk show.
But there you go. Perfect summation. And at first, when they started doing this, you could kind of buy it. As we'll talk about in a minute, the wrestling community knew that it was starting to be or was a work or more of a work before the general population did. But you could kind of buy it because the theory was they were finding this basically the lowest common denominators of human society. Your homeless bums, trailer park trash, individuals that would, then the producers would sit them down and they had some conflict. He's pregnant by, or she's pregnant by him or the other guy or this or whatever the fuck. And the producers would wind these people with an issue up and let them loose out there. They're on TV with the audience, either screaming, booing, cheering, jeering, whatever. And they would get worked up and they would argue with each other and yell and have fights. Well, you stole my man, or he took my job, or whatever the fuck. It was the television daytime talk show equivalent of garbage wrestling, right? It just chaos where even no matter how sad you were to be watching this fucking program in the middle of your day, you could look at the people on it and say, at least I'm not as bad off as they are. These fucking trashy, slutty, sleazy, crooked, slimy individuals, right?
And then later on, we find out that they're either actors or amateurs wanting to be actors or just pro wrestlers.
Yes. And because then it was like, and we'll talk about the wrestling connection in a minute. And I'm not going to cuss Jerry Springer because he was probably a pleasant man that had no idea that he was responsible for the ruination of the wrestling business. But it started getting, they had to top themselves. And it started getting so outlandish and so far out that, like I said, at least at first, you would see these people on there where you could kind of buy the story they were telling. And I mean, this shit was on every time. It was on when there were only 4 stations in the whole market, right? It was on one of the strong ones in the middle of the day. You checked in a hotel, you turned the TV, this shit, you couldn't get away from Jerry Springer. But there would be some believable halfway story in these trashy people to get in a fight or whatever. But as it started going farther out and more complicated, kind of like a lesson of the wrestling business, then the people would start, you would see them go blank when they were trying to remember their fucking, their backstory of their conflict with the other person. And then we started seeing actual people from the periphery of the wrestling business show up. And you mentioned our old friend Harry White. How did he turn up? How did that even happen?
He got hooked up, I believe, through what was the company he was involved with? Southern Illinois Championship Wrestling?
Yes.
Outside of St. Louis promotion, or in St. Louis promotion.
And Herb Simmons and those guys, yes.
Well, Harry ends up on the show in a wig, and he's supposed to be in love with this older woman. Now, Harry looked like he was 85 years old when he was like 50. So Harry had white hair, and now he had a white wig covering his bald spot, and he's supposed to be in love with this older woman named Honey. And then this other bad actor comes out. He's also in love with Honey. So Harry and this guy are debating, and Harry gets up and he goes, I've done everything for you, Honey. I've even gotten this wig. And he throws the wig on the ground and he goes to kick it. And his shoe came off his foot and went flying into the crowd. And then you see this woman jump up in the crowd with the shoe and start like, yeah, I got the shoe. I got the shoe. It's the stupidest thing ever. And it was incredible. So Harry was on there. Then we started seeing like various people. Like you said, Jamie Dundee was on there. Weren't you supposed to be on there?
Well, hold on. Jamie Dundee became a talent booker for him for a while because he could find all these people that were either indie wrestling people that would get in a fight or argue, or even probably the most valuable contact they had for finding fucking tattooed meth heads from a trailer park. But anyway, at one point, yes, 1995, when the Gangstas were in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Out of the blue, I get a call, and this was again before the show had gone completely off the rails and all the wrestling people that we recognized were on it. But still, I knew what the thing was. But they called out of the blue and wanted, because they had heard about this black tag team in this southern, Tennessee territory, saying all these, maybe they read one of the newsletters saying all these inflammatory things, and they wanted the Gangstas and their opposition, which at the time was Bob Armstrong, because he was commissioner, and we were leading up to the Bluegrass Brawl that year, and a big show in Johnson City where the main event of the Bluegrass Brawl was going to be Undertaker, Tracy Smothers, and Bullet Bob, right, against the Gangstas. And so anyway, they wanted us on the show, and they weren't even pitching the idea that we should expose the wrestling business. And this has been 30 years ago, but I'm pretty sure I made that clear at the start. But obviously what they wanted to do was they wanted to get us out there where, okay, the Gangstas are going to say some shit, and then you guys say some shit or whatever, and to kind of lead us or tell us or whatever. Well, I wasn't going to do that. But what we were going to do was, between me, New Jack, and Bob Armstrong alone, we could have a pretty entertaining goddamn argument. And we were going to do exactly what the gimmick was on television, where Bob was the commissioner. He was not going to come off that fucking story. Bob was the commissioner trying to restore some order in the company. The Gangstas had forced their way in and were attacking everybody and claiming discrimination if they were chastened or punished in any way. And I had been most recently had just switched babyface and managed the Rock and Roll Express against them, and had just brought the Heavenly Bodies back to fight them when they fucking busted me open and blah, blah, blah. And we were just going to do promos against each other and see what the lay of the land was when we got there and what happened. But we weren't going to do anything smart, and we weren't going to, I think they wanted to get Tracy with the Confederate flag and try to make him out to be, some kind of Nazi or whatever, but no. Because Bob was going to say that same thing he was saying on television to New Jack. It's not that I dislike you because you're black. I dislike you because you're an asshole. And do the whole thing. I didn't want to be on the goddamn Jerry Springer show. They shot it in Chicago, and I definitely didn't want to go to Chicago 2 days after a big show in Johnson City when I had post-production to do. But at this point in time, the Jerry Springer show in Knoxville, I was on the weakest of the 4 stations in the market, and the Jerry Springer show was on every fucking afternoon on the strongest one. I wanted people to see this, and we were starting to sell VHS tapes of the Smoky Mountain TVs. So wherever we could get some goddamn publicity, exposure, make people believe this angle was real, whatever the case, I'll do it, right? So we told them we'd come. And then in Pikeville on Friday night and Johnson City on Saturday night, The Undertaker was there, and Percy, Paul Bearer, was there. And New Jack told Undertaker that we were all going Monday to Chicago to be on the Jerry Springer show. And Taker called Vince, and Vince ended up calling me. And he did another one of those Vulcan mind meld things where he talks you out of doing something that you were going to do, and by the time he finishes, you don't have any idea why you thought you wanted to do that to begin with. But in this case, I knew that I'd rather keep Vince happy. He was not wanting me to be on the program because I was at the time still on his television and managing some of his guys, and he didn't know what the fuck that Jerry Springer might have us do, which is so ironic, as we'll get to in a minute, considering 2 years later, whether Vince knew it or not, Jerry Springer was the inspiration for everything happening on his fucking television program. Unfortunately. But anyways, so I said, all right, Vince has just sent me The Undertaker, and I get talent from him that translates into actual dollars, whereas the exposure from this might have translated into dollars, but not for sure, so I'll make Vince happy. And I called him on Sunday and said, well, we ain't coming. Ah! And I don't know what they did instead.
It's interesting to think. I mean, I never thought about it in the sense that it would have been you and the Gangstas and Bob Armstrong on a bigger station in Knoxville. How much exposure that would have meant. Would you have done anything different? Would you have bought an ad or anything during that show?
I mean, I know they've got final edit, but you can imagine that the city of Knoxville would have been mentioned so many times on that fucking program they could almost not have edited around it. And or Smoky Mountain Wrestling trademark, and or, whatever the case, right? And we would have had footage of them hitting me over the head with a goddamn nightstick. And see, that's why they wanted it, because this was 1995. Rodney King and O.J. Simpson and the L.A. riots and all that stuff had just happened in the previous, 2-year period. And so they were going to do something, the wrestling version of that, but that's what we were trying to do. So we were just going to do the fucking same promos we were doing on our show for a different audience and see what happened. But we didn't. But then do you have Shit Stain's tweet? Because sometimes when I say this, people think that I'm being derogatory for dipshit and that I'm just knocking him and that I'm exaggerating or it's hyperbole or just my colorful way of speaking when I say he and his fucking idiot friend used to sit and watch hour after hour of Jerry Springer, and that inspired them to write the wrestling program, which is why that 25 years later we're in the shit position we're all in right now. Thanks to that. Do you have the tweet so people will quit accusing me of lying about this guy?
I have a tweet here, April 27th, 11:27 a.m. from Vince Russo. Man, I must acknowledge this. Make no bones about it, all in caps. The Jerry Springer Show was 100% the inspiration behind the WWE Attitude Era. Fast Eddie Ferrara and myself would sit there and watch episode after episode of Springer as we wrote next week's show. Jerry, R.I.P. and thank you, in caps.
Well, there you go. And that's the absolute truth, because it was a television show aimed and geared at the lowest common denominator of the American public, and imagine how low that is, with so that they could feel good about themselves by seeing people even trashier and stupider and more fucked up and more on drugs and more whatever their fucking issue was than the viewer sitting there at home. And it was literally, what do they call it? Cotton candy for the fucking brain, and that you just sit there and just stuff it in your fucking face and it kills your brain cells. And that's what inspired him to write the wrestling program, which is because he was writing for the lowest common denominator of people because he was a member of the lowest common denominator of people. He wasn't watching Jerry Springer for the ghastness of it. Like, look at this for 10 fucking minutes. Can you believe that people watch this? He was watching it on purpose and liked it.
He was the audience.
He was the audience. And that was who was in charge of the wrestling program unfortunately, for about 2 years unobstructed. And we've yet to recover from this point in time yet from that. But that was his mindset and his mentality, and that's why nothing made any sense. And that's why it was just constantly everything thrown out there at the wall.
Similar to wrestling, but different results. The Springer Show, once they started getting results from all this stuff, from their version of Crash TV, they went further and further and further with it. Their business exploded, became a very popular show. But then eventually wasn't there a crackdown? Like the city of Chicago was like, look, you're filming this here. You can't just have assaults on your stage while people are clapping.
Well, remember the security guy, the head of security, he got his own show as a spinoff.
Yeah, that's right.
Because at first they just let him fight, and you could tell the difference when they started early on, because people were just pulling their hair out and hurting each other and slapping each other in the face, and they didn't know how to work. And then they got the wrestling people in there, and it looked a little bit safer, the fights, to the trained eye. But then they got so many complaints, and it was so far that they banned the fighting, and they had the security to keep them apart, and the security guy was branched off onto his own show. But then the bottom fell out of the whole thing because how much more of this could you take? And then it wasn't the hot thing anymore because it was hot shotted and then burnt out, and people went on to the next thing. And now Dr. Phil is sitting there, and everybody's got a goddamn issue they cry about instead of throwing furniture and fighting. But
that day Maury Povich discovered a paternity test.
There you go.
Changed television forever.
And then they were on to the next thing. And it was who's the father, Maury? And that was a lesson to, unfortunately, that anybody with half a mind knew to begin with, but that it took Shitstain and his fat flunky Ferrara killing the business to find out, yeah, you do all this shit for a little while and people just get sick of it and you can't do anything more because there's nothing left, and then it just floats away and is over there in the corner. And that's what happened to the wrestling business, because he tried to make it the Jerry Springer show because the fucking moron has an IQ of a fucking demented rabbit and the attention span of a flea and no concept of what the future, how the future would be impacted by what he was doing at the fucking time. And he was let loose for a year and a half by a fucking megalomaniacal millionaire that was losing a fight for the first time in his life and didn't know how to handle it. And we got Jerry Springer.
So rest in peace, Jerry Springer.
So rest in peace, Jerry. As a matter of fact, where's your goddamn grave?
What?
He might just have to stand in for old Shitstain for the next 10 years or so, depending on how long he lasts. I might have to go pollinate, urinate, and fornicate on old Jerry's grave a little bit.
All
for
right.
heaven's sake.
Well, to each their own. Yes. Not a good time to be named Jerry. They're dropping like flies. Hope Jerry Mathers is all right.
Well, he's the Beaver.
He's the last one standing.
You think he's standing up?
All
or
right.
you think he could be sitting down? He could be laying down. I wish Helix was a sponsor. I'll tell you this, though. You think about beavers, you think about hairiness. Because every beaver is hairy, right? And especially in the 70s. But most beavers you see, the four-legged kind, they got hair on them. And it's getting spring. You know what spring is? That's the season before summer. You know what happens in summertime?
Beaver hunting.
Well, things get hot and sweaty. Especially beavers. And if you expect to hunt and find and catch and capture any of those beavers, gentlemen out there, you need to make sure that you are groomed sufficiently, because you know what happens when it gets hot? In the summertime, you get sweaty, the sun's out all the time. Imagine a compost pile sitting in the hot sun, watching every pretty panties. Anyway, no, I'm sorry, I'm doing Jethro Tull now. Sitting in the hot sun, there's a compost pile, and everything in that thing is just going to start to stink, and then it's going to start to sprout. Do you want mushrooms growing underneath your balls, Brian Last?
Certainly not.
Well, nobody else does either. Except if you're a vegetarian, and then that's up to you. But this year, it's going to be a hot summer, so you need to plan ahead, and our friends at Manscaped have you covered, or actually uncovered, as the case may be. No longer will you have fungal growth underneath your coin purse, because the Performance Package 4.0 is the ultimate bundle that you need to make sure that your bundle don't stink, smell, drip, or potentially sprout. And the star of the show is the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the best personal grooming apparatus on the planet with the LED light. It's waterproof. It's got the skin-safe technology, which reduces the nicks, the snags, the tugs, the cuts, the slices, the minces, the dices, and all the other things that can happen down there when the shit gets wrinkly. And the Performance Package 4.0 now also includes the brand new Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose hair trimmer. You need different kinds of trimmers for different kinds of hairs. Now, you got the curly cues down south, you need the lawnmower, but you can't stick that lawnmower up your nostril or in the ear hole of your nearest ear. That needs a special shape. Now, don't stick this thing too far in, or you could give yourself a frontal lobotomy. And everybody knows that you'd rather have a bottle in front of you than a frontal lobotomy. Well, that doesn't work.
What?
It would only be me. A bottle in front of me instead of a prefrontal lobotomy. That's what you'd rather. But you can't have a bottle in front of you, or it'd be a prefrontal lobotomy. Yeah. So don't do that.
Don't
folks.
do
And
that.
then, don't do that.
Don't do that.
And after clearing your nose, because now you'll be able to smell how bad your fucking crotch stinks. Once you clear all the hair out of your nose, well, then odors are just going to be more prevalent. That's why they got the Crop Preserver, which is an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. Not only will they be deodorized, which means they will take the odor that they have and they will D it out of there, but also they'll be moist. And they got the Crop Reviver, which is a spray-on toner for your balls. What tone are they now? Skin colored? Well, who knows what tone they'll be after you spray the Crop Reviver on them. And also, it'll keep these things from sticking to your leg in a certain kind of weather. When the dew point is over 65 degrees and the humidity is over 75%, you can leave some of the skin from your coin purse on the sides of the insides of your thighs there, and that's painful. And you got to have that stuff grafted. Anyway, and their brand new Beard Hedger Pro Kit is just a wonderful thing. Also, if you've got a beard, or if you are currently serving as a beard for some Hollywood celebrity, the Beard Hedger Pro Kit contains 9+. 9+, it says. That means more than 9, possibly even 10. 9+ products and wet goods. And if to get your goods wet, you're going to have to make sure they're clean.
Well, hold on. So, they're saying 9+, but they're not saying 10.
Well, it's more than 9.
But then what is it?
Well, it could even be 11. I don't, maybe just order it and see what happens. And the start of spring also marks the start of Testicular Cancer Awareness Month in April. I should have got my new action figure ball colored. God damn it.
Ball colored?
But Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer. Why do we want to bring awareness to testicular cancer? I think we should make the testicular cancer as stupid as we possibly can instead of bringing awareness to it. But they're also in favor of men's health and early cancer detection. So they got that going. Anyway, folks, if you want to clean yourself up and make yourself presentable, then all you got to do is go to manscaped.com, and you're going to get 20% off and free shipping with the code DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping with the code DRIVE. For the Performance Package 4.0, which is we've raved about for years. I love the lawnmower and all the stuff that they've got. And you will too, because it'll get rid of all the crap that you've got. And plus, it makes it look bigger if you cut the hair down. Manscaped.com, code DRIVE. Okay, we got to catch up with the Rivals series on AE. I'm doing it now. The Rivals series on A&E. We talked about the Austin Hart program last week. And
on the drive-thru.
On the drive-thru. Yeah, one of these programs that we do every goddamn day. How about that? We've already done Austin and Hart, but we didn't talk about the other half of the doubleheader they did last Sunday night, which was Austin and Shawn Micheals. And as we said, the biography series closed up their season, so this was a doubleheader of Rivals episodes, 1 hour. They're easy to digest, but they're starting to, as we mentioned with Austin and Hart, it was kind of a brief rivalry. It wasn't, Bobo and the Sheik for 30 years. And
you thought that was brief.
Micheals and Austin was really, they wrestled each other in house shows and on television, they interacted somewhat, but really everybody remembers the one match, the WrestleMania 98 match where, Mike Tyson was involved. And this show, I think, they try to babyface Shawn as best they can at the end of these things because everybody likes him now that works with him or whatever. But even Even he has to say what a dick he was in this period, and because everybody else is saying it too. And we've talked about, he was an unbelievable performer in the ring, especially when he wanted to be. But these shows are kind of illustrating whenever he's involved in this era and they talk about it. Can you imagine the programs, the angles, the performances on television, if they're already this memorable in many cases, how much better would they have been? Would they have drawn better if they all came to fruition as they'd originally been planned? And if he'd worked with his opponents and the creative team and the promoter instead of, I mean, these shows illustrate from the comments from the people involved. They never knew what he was going to do, what he wouldn't do, when he was going to show up, what kind of condition he was going to be in.
Because Vince allowed it. It all goes back to the Bret Hart stuff. Shawn Michaels was allowed to do all the things that everyone's complaining about in these things because Vince allowed it.
Yeah, and as much as we blister Tony Khan's ass for allowing the chaos that he's allowed to go on, of course, at this particular point in time, Vince was generating multiple times the income with his company, and these guys were on top for him, but still, Vince let it go on, and you kind of saw in this show, the way they presented it, Tyson and Austin won the wrestling war. Shawn Michaels in 1998, the WWF was kind of running off and leaving him. And he was not as instrumental at that point as he might have been 2 years earlier, but he still had the belt, so that was the reason why he was involved in this at this point. But when you look back, the way that the roster was changing, he wasn't going to be, and he knew this, and they talked about that. He knew the changing of the guard and the passing of the torch or the dropping of the title or whatever you want to say. He wasn't going to be just the guy anymore. And that's another problem that he had. But everybody talked about Shawn Michaels being a fucking impossible prick to work with at this point.
If I could ask you one thing, because it was something that came up several times during this. At the time, living it, being involved in it for very reasonable reasons, you didn't like them. But when you look back now, all the people talking about Triple H being the only reason Shawn was able to do any of the things that he did, even though it wasn't everything he was supposed to do, that Triple H deserves all that credit. What do you think of Triple H's role as Shawn Michaels' babysitter of sorts during this time?
Well, and that is true in a lot of cases. That's what got Shawn where he needed to be or to do what he needed to do. And that it was just, you can't imagine. I mean, to be honest, when Shawn lost his smile, that's when I thought he should have lost his job. Because that was supposed to be a career-ending knee injury. And did he have it scoped and he was back in the ring 6 weeks later, or did he even have it scoped? Did he just do some physical therapy or whatever? But he didn't drop the belt.
He didn't want to drop the belt. That's what it was.
It changed WrestleMania in 97. Everybody their brains exploded when they heard. I remember going to that Raw taping and Shawn's going to give the belt up, we found out, and blah, blah, blah. It was just, you never knew what was going to come from it, what was going to come from him, what he was going to do, what obstacle was going to be put in the creative team's path by him dropping out and then coming back and having to be worked back in, whatever the case. So it was a massive pain in the ass of a job that had many pains in the ass for me already. And boy, I had a big ass where it could hurt all over the place. But the thing is, Shawn was the DX Shawn, not the boyhood dream Shawn. And the DX thing, as we've talked about, was the equivalent of Jerry Springer. It worked for 2 years in the 90s. And you go back and look at it now and these are grown fucking men. And it worked because that was pop culture and it was on television and everybody was doing stupid shit. But Steve Austin was timeless. He could be the top guy today. He might not could give everybody the finger on television, although they do it on AEW. But where the Degeneration X shit, jumping up and sticking your crotch in people's face, from that 2-year period gets eye rolls now, or people would go, what the fuck are they doing? Austin was timeless because Austin was wrestling. Austin was a badass that people liked, that was telling authority to go fuck off. They took our jobs, whatever. Let's drink some beer. Any era, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, with tweaks based on the technology and the presentation of the time period, Steve Austin works. So Austin was becoming the man. And they glossed over Montreal here, but that's been told well enough many times. But we got to the Royal Rumble 98, which is really, again, setting up this match. It wasn't a long rivalry. It was a match. And at Rumble 98, Austin dumped The Rock, and Micheals and Taker had their casket match in the main event. And again, good God, the talent roster. Just in 2 matches, Austin wins the Rumble by dumping The Rock, and Shawn Michaels and Taker in the main event for the title and casket match.
You know, it's
go ahead.
Just because I think it was that exact moment during the show where I had the thought, they show Austin eliminating The Rock, and then later on, or right after, like, imagine going forward if Shawn Michaels had been in the mix after WrestleMania with guys like Steve Austin and The Rock. And it's like, well, The Rock wasn't going to work with him because he was such an asshole.
Yeah.
And Steve Austin had just beaten. And everything moved on perfectly fine without him. So the question of what role Shawn Michaels would have had after WrestleMania if he had stayed healthy, it's a real question because he wasn't as valuable as Vince thought he was.
And see, a lot of people talk about, well, what kind of dream matches would we have had with the, newer Attitude Era stars? Well, if Shawn hadn't have gone away from the wrestling business and straightened himself out, you might have had good ones, you might have had the shitty ones, might have not wanted to do it at all because he was going to be the same fucking guy. And the backdrop on the casket, I'm sorry, I still don't see it. I don't know.
You don't see the bump? I mean, what are you saying you don't see?
I see the bump. I don't see the career-ending injury. With guys, and I know freak things happen, but see, nobody at the time, people have forgotten now. Nobody at the time, I won't say nobody. Most people close to the situation did not trust Shawn Michaels saying, my back now, it's bad. Because he'd just done the same thing 12 months beforehand when he gave up the title and fucking lost his smile. And he had done these things. And now it's Shawn again. Now, he was out for 4 years. However, I also found it coincidental that he was home rehabbing his back out of the wrestling business, getting off drugs, doing whatever for those 4 years, and getting paid by Vince on the contract that he went home on.
Yeah, that's right.
It's only until WCW went out of business and there was nobody else for him to go to work for that would have paid him anywhere near what Vince was paying him that suddenly his back was better and he returned. So I've always had these questions in my mind. But anyway, that was the thing. This show, we talked about how he made everybody as miserable as possible all the way up to and at WrestleMania. He teased that he wouldn't come, he wouldn't do the job. He was making the, ludicrous demands. And this was even after they'd done the thing with Tyson. I mean, that's what sold it. And when Tyson showed up, the ratings rocketed. And that's where WWE, we at the time, because I was involved, beat WCW for the first time in those 83 weeks. And Tyson and Austin is one of Jim Ross's top 3 calls ever. And that confrontation is what made Austin because of the mainstream news. And then they know it's going to happen in Boston, which sold out immediately. But when Tyson, tell me what you think of this, because you were, how old were you then? 1998.
I was 18.
Okay. When Tyson joined DX, it was a shit-stained swerve. I don't think it ever made a lot of sense, and it wasn't needed. Because Tyson, as the enforcer, was enough because he already had heat with Austin. Because he and Austin had gotten the shoving match when Austin cut the promo on him in the famous confrontation. So there was already bad blood there. The traditional way to do things, if you want to create doubt as to who the special referee or enforcer, whatever, is going to side with, is you have them have an issue with both parties in the match. And that way people don't really know which way they're going to go. That's the way you leave it in suspense. With the shit stain doing the swerve, he rips off his shirt. He's got a DX shirt on. He's supposedly joined DX. He's with DX, you know, in some publicity appearances or whatever. But they didn't need to tease, I don't think, that Austin was a part, or that Tyson was a part of DX, just to, at the match, he tears off his DX shirt, and so he's already got an Austin shirt underneath it. But he put the Austin shirt on underneath the DX shirt before the match at WrestleMania even started, so he'd made his mind up to. Then why was he with DX? See, that's what I'm saying. Russo shit made shit complicated and left loopholes where they didn't need to be. The fact that Austin and Micheals were going for the title and Mike Tyson was there and Austin and Tyson might fucking fight, to me, was enough to sell that thing. Am I too critical of that?
I completely agree, and that's the way I felt as a kid. Again, we look at things differently now. Shawn Michaels bombed completely as a babyface. I'm not even talking about at the gate or the ratings going down against WCW, which happened too, but just in terms of character. It was a character that wasn't a babyface. He was coming out there when Brett says like a male stripper. It's true.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? Sit there and cheer that? And then all this other stuff happens. By 97, by the time everything happens with Brett, I don't think there was too much momentum behind Shawn other than Vince. So I always looked at the Tyson thing of him joining DX as a way to help Shawn because, quite frankly, if it was Steve Austin against anyone on that roster who was the world champion with Mike Tyson as the referee, I don't think any business changes. I think it's the same results. Shawn Michaels said he was being phased out and he realized that he really was, and part of it was a necessity. He didn't mean anything at the top of the card. Again, you look at things differently now. Everyone's like, oh, the matches were great. Yeah, but to beat WCW, you needed Shawn Michaels out of the way of being the top guy in the company.
Yeah, they needed to put the belt on Austin, and Michaels was the guy that ended up with the belt because of what had gone on previously with Brett. That's why he had to be in it. And that's why, again, as soon as they know they've got the company has won the ratings war finally, or won not the ratings war, but winning in the ratings again. And Boston sold out. And as the run up to the thing, DX is getting heat on Austin every week, but Shawn starts saying, well, I don't know, am I back? I don't know if I can come. And Triple H's quote was, well, drugs and alcohol didn't help his state. And Shawn's quote was, I was a young, immature drug addict. But I remember the public workout. And by the way, I've told the story before. This was the time, WrestleMania 98 in Boston, when we went to the check-in at the hotel on the Thursday night before the show, and it was a freak heat wave. It was 80 degrees the first week of April or whatever the fuck in Boston, and they didn't have any air conditioning in the hotel, $125 a night hotel that they put us up in. I had to have the fucking window propped open with the sirens all night. They did that public workout. 10,000 people showed up in that little thing they had set up, and Shawn goes out there. They're rowdy. He gets beamed with a battery and goes back and sits in the limo, and Shane can't talk him out of it. And fucking nobody can talk him out of it. He's not going to do the deal. And by the way, on that footage, proof that Shitstain actually wore long black trench coats on purpose in his real life when he wasn't even on television in a fucking heat wave because he thought he was cool. Did you see that shot?
I saw outside the limo, that shot you mean?
Yes.
Yes, I saw that.
That's what we had to look at wandering in every fucking day, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, who does Bruce's makeup for these things? He looks like a corpse.
I think he puts it on with a trowel.
Jeez.
Anyway, and finally, again, he kept everybody guessing, and then right at the last moment, the guys in the ring didn't even know he was coming. He came out and did what he was supposed to do. And, but anyway, so they finally get to the match. Bruce is making excuses for him now, but boy, you ought to heard the things Bruce was saying when his fucking brain was fried that weekend and nobody knew what was going to happen. That's when Shawn, when he said he was going to show up for the match, then he said he needed his own security guards, and I can't remember what other stipulations he made, his own private dressing room. And this was back when, you know, I guess they did it in WCW, private dressing rooms, but in the big buildings, there sometimes were multiple dressing rooms. Not everybody just dressed in a fucking airplane hangar, but Austin dressed with the boys, Taker dressed with the boys. So they tried to get some sympathy for him during the match, talking about poor Shawn not being able to give it his all, but he gave it enough. He just needed to drop the belt, and they didn't. Undertaker said at one point in this that he didn't have much use for him back then, but they didn't go into Undertaker sitting at Gorilla making sure that Shawn Michaels did not walk past that table without having dropped the belt. And finally he does, he drops it, and then they do the swerve where Tyson's with, you know, Austin instead of DX, and then he knocks Michaels out too. And then they had the footage of Michaels throwing the fit at the press conference where there's Austin talking and Tyson talking, and Michaels comes in and Shane says, and he kicks the fucking door on the way out.
Hey, what do you remember about Shane's role at this time? Because this is before he was really an on-air character, and he became pretty much predominantly an on-air character, but you started seeing him in the periphery, in the background. He's in the ring for the Tyson angle. What do you remember about Shane being integrated into things behind the scenes at this time? Yeah,
well, and it was his debut on television, which was as an announcer, was probably late 98, early 99. Because I went down to the studio and practiced with him. They would call me in and say, well, let's practice with Shane doing commentary. As much as I like Shane and say good things about Shane, he was not a natural at commentary, and it was a long fucking day. But he had come in. Well, I say come in. He lived there, for fuck's sake. But he started coming to like events like that and handling things with sponsors and or talent and, you know, public appearances and blah, blah, blah. Vince started having him come to some of the writing meetings some days just so he could get a look at what we did and kind of how we put some things together. He gave him an office in the corner on the 4th floor where you could tell if Shane was in the office because his door would always be open. He'd always be dribbling a basketball while he was sitting at his desk on the phone. Phone one hand, dribbling the ball. You'd hear boom, 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 boom. He just wanted him to learn the business. And that's the thing about Shane did not have a natural wrestling mind for the same reason that Stephanie didn't really either, because none of the boys ever. I mean, the boss in any line of work brings their kids to the office or to work or the job site. Are you going to tell them how the sausage is made and how maybe that their parent is making a mistake or whatever? So Shane was getting a tutorial in how the company worked from a variety of different places, and they decided to try him out on commentary. That did not work out, but he was so enthusiastic and had such a personality. And he fit in with when Mr. McMahon really became a thing, the whole McMahon family then was brought into that. So he was a better performer in other ways than commentary. But that was, you know, where Shane was getting, because he was just mid-20s at that point. He hadn't been out of college too long.
Look at everything that happened You could almost call it the post-Survivor Series meltdown, but whatever you want to say about Shawn Michaels after the Survivor Series where he finally got his big rival out of the way, Vince took his side, then there's a riot in Little Rock, then there's the back injury, according to you, allegedly, but then there's the back injury.
Well, and also when he came back, people that saw it said he had a scar about 1.5 inches long on his lower back from the surgery, and Stacy has the same length scar from her back surgery about 1.5 years ago, and that was an outpatient deal. So I'm just saying, 4 years.
And then during this period of time, obviously his substance abuse issues get worse. By WrestleMania, he's gone. And they bring him back every now and then, like as a guest, whatever, GM or announcer or referee, whatever it may be. But like you said, he was paid to go home. He was paid not to go to his friends in WCW.
And Austin went on to become the biggest star ever in wrestling, and Michaels went home and got married, found religion, got off drugs, and got paid by Vince for 4 years not to do anything. So I don't know if either guy really came out bad.
Is this a rivalry, though? Do you think this is...
No, it was a match of convenience. Austin's the man. Everybody knows it. Who's got the belt? He needs to drop it. So it and I'm not downgrading Shawn Michaels' in-ring talent, and I'm not saying that he wasn't important in some other periods of time, but this was not it.
I agree. You needed him to get out of the way to clear the field to get ready for the next big period of growth, which would be the biggest period of growth in the history of the wrestling business. But
unfortunately, would also coincide with the influence. See, that's the thing.
Back to Jerry Springer.
Yes, the influence of Jerry Springer. You had Steve Austin and The Rock at the same time on top of a huge company, the biggest of its kind in its genre in the world, with all of the fucking attributes that it had. There was no reason to have Trailer Park Fights Volume 6 on the undercard. It would have still drawn the same amount of money. That's what people have overlooked in all of this hysteria about the Attitude Era, is that the guy, while the talent was carrying it, the guy that was writing most of it was cluttering shit up with stuff that we couldn't fucking overcome afterwards that was needless and unnecessary.
One last question about all this. If not Shawn, for whatever reason, if after Survivor Series Shawn has a complete meltdown and Vince says go home, or Shawn's injured so bad that you get the belt off him, or he drops the belt before then, is there anyone else you think would have been a good fit to be the person to, in a way, anoint Steve Austin, even though he was already there, but drop the belt to Steve Austin?
Well, see again, God damn it. When you go back and look at Austin and Brett,
that would have been a perfect rematch.
How great that was. And that's, again, another thing I've never understood about why Vince was Brett's story in his book, and I believe the story that he was told. He wouldn't say this if Vince hadn't told him. When he said, I can't honor your contract, I'm going to downsize the company. We're just going to become a Northeastern wrestling promotion. WCW is kicking my ass. I can't afford this. None of those things were ever discussed in the office or with the creative team or with the higher-ups. That was not a thing that was ever going to fucking happen. So I never understood why when Vince had Brett to agree to $10 million over 20 years instead of the $9 million over 3 years they were going to give him in WCW. Yes, he was going to get most of the money up front for being a wrestler for 3 or 4 years and then an agent or whatever. Just don't work for anybody else for 20 years. Why then, when he knew that Shawn Michaels was a problem, Shawn had already lost his smile and given up the belt once. Shawn had done a variety of things. Why do you piss Brett off when he could have been your fucking fail-safe, your insurance policy? And let's say Michaels one more time ticks everybody off. Fuck it. Brett's my guy. And then Brett could have put Austin over because
would have been perfect.
That would have been the third match, the third of the series, and Austin could have won. And there you go.
It's a complete reversal of everything the year before. Heel Bret Hart coming in, babyface Steve Austin. Austin gets his big win, finally gets a win over Bret. New champion. If Bret doesn't have Vince McMahon decide he doesn't want to pay him any longer, I think that would have been maybe better than... I'm pretty sure it would have been better than him against Shawn Michaels.
Yeah. And then there wouldn't have been any question as to whether in the weeks leading up to it, it was going to happen or not. So everybody could have been somewhat relieved and concentrating on the positive things they were going to do instead of wondering what the fucking prima donna was going to do.
Well, that was WWE Rivals. Is that the last episode of the season?
I think it may have been. But now we got Most Wanted Treasures coming up. I'm not sure. They've jumped the shark on that thing. We're not looking for like really cool lost memorabilia that a normal person could actually find or have or whatever. Now they're looking for the Corvette that they filled up with cement and all that other shit. I'm not sure what this season will look like in terms of their hunt.
We're looking for a bunch of things that we absolutely know where they are. That's what the show is.
But they knew where the shit was before, but at least it's something that a normal person could have had or possessed, or, they tried to, old Flop Dollar would try to fuck people out of their shit for a low amount of money. But now it's just, who's got the goddamn Corvette filled with cement in their garage? But speaking of people that don't really know what the fuck they're doing, would you like to talk about AEW?
Man, in a way, no. But in another way, yeah. Because I had to watch this, and it's just getting worse and worse, or harder and harder to get through, to me at least.
And folks, don't worry. We're not going to tell you a lot about what actually happened, just what shouldn't have, and what's going on, if we can figure it out. They're at a crisis point. We think Punk is coming back. Soon as Tony can coddle and powder the pussies of his EVPs, make sure they don't have diaper rash, get them some pablum, do whatever he needs to do. Punk's going to be back. They've got a stadium show coming up in England, which will do varying degrees of whatever. That's not having any influence on their American television ratings or business here, but as we said last week, they're down now to the audience that's going to kind of put up with this no matter what, and they're stuck there. And they have neither significantly dropped nor significantly risen in the past several weeks, but one of the things is they're holding more of their audience, but that could be because they're starting with 200,000 people less than they were for a while there with the Big Bang Theory, where their first quarter would be 1.1, 1.2 million. And then they had some room to fall, as my accountant once said in the great crash of 2008. Well, you're better off than most people. You got some room to fall. Yeah, but I'm still fucking falling. But so I don't know the ratings. You're going to surprise me with those at the end. But Tony's trolling us with this. He's going to appeal to the people that like or will put up with or tolerate what he wants to show them. And he's going to try to make those people happy, and he's going to run off everybody else. I think that may be the strategy. The opening match, Pockets versus Bandito. And at this point, even if somebody likes this little hatchet-headed prick, again, every week, is there a question now why they can't get new viewers? If you're a wrestling fan of any kind that would turn this program on because you've been watching the WWE because that's the only thing to watch these days, but you remember when there was better shit going on, and you turn this program on and you see the fucking mascot, a joke, starting the program. Again, yes, there are some people that like him. And as we know, some German people that like to have their balls nailed to a step stool. But the average person looking at this, can they take this seriously? Do they think it's a parody wrestling show with teenage gymnasts playing the part of wrestling? Is this a game show or some kind of one of those obstacle course things they have on some of the teen channels. This is the only Tarzan movie where the Cheetah the Chimp segment gets 20 fucking minutes.
He's the son-in-law for AEW. That's the way he's treated.
So that was the first 20 minutes of the program was Pockets and Bandito. And then they go to the back.
Okay, can I just say a couple things?
Go ahead. Did you watch this?
No.
You didn't watch it,
No, I'm not going to watch any Orange Cassidy matches. And again, he's starting off the show this week for the reason that he started off many shows recently, because Tony wants this. It's not even about, oh, Orange Cassidy's a big ratings mover. Nope, he isn't. We've seen it now. We have the proof. So what is it? It's that Tony has decided that Orange Cassidy's going to have this run with this belt, and in Tony's head, he's changed things up, and it's a different Orange Cassidy, and look at how strong he is now, and he's the longest reigning champion, I think, in AEW, maybe.
No. Well, the longest reigning male champion. We'll get to that problem in a minute. Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything. No one cares about the championship he has. He's just going out there. To me, it's the same kind of match every time, and the joke's fucking lame. So who are they doing this for? They're not doing this to attract new people, because it isn't. They're not doing it to keep, I guess they are keeping the people they have, and the people in the building who are the same people that would have been there 3 years ago will still pop for the thing, but there are less people in the building. And it's a joke that's run its course. Just about everyone can see that, except Tony. And then they try to convince you, him and other wrestlers there, that Orange Cassidy's so much more than you realize. But he isn't. It's just a skinny guy who does a bunch of moves with a bad gimmick. Sorry that you like him. But I'm not the only one skipping these matches, and it's going to be a growing audience. Just watch.
Well, hold on. We're not done with those two, because then we go to the back. Renee Moxley Good is with Adam Cole. And first of all, her microphone goes bad when she asks Adam the question, so we can't hear it. But then he starts answering it, says he's going to call Chris Jericho out tonight. We know what happened last week, the infamous handcuffing incident. And as he says, I don't know, a few seconds worth of something, and Pockets and Bandito walked into this too, the backstage interview. There was more of them. And we're now 25 minutes into the program. And Renee Moxley Good is in the back with Jungle Boy and Darby Allin. And both of them were dressed like homeless meth heads, but it's only Darby's gimmick. Jungle Boy just looks like a goddamn bum. And if he ain't going to be out there in a loincloth with a fucking grapevine, then he needs to fucking dress like he's got $1 and some cents. So Darby says that they went too far last week, and he should have had Jungle Boy's back, and he wants Jungle Boy to have his. And Jungle Boy agrees they did go too far, but we don't have to be friends. We're not friends. We don't have to be. But then they get tense with each other again. And Jungle Boy is a lost ball in high weeds, and all of this is all just happening around him. He contributes nothing to it. He slows things down. Your thoughts?
I don't disagree with you. I think we've kind of seen a big exposure of Jungle Boy and his weaknesses over the last 6 months or whatever, really since the Christian feud. That was kind of the chance. Break away or stay where you are. And I don't think anything's been done to really help him. Part of the problem, too, is you have the biggest heel in the company, MJF. They're trying to do something with him and these other 3 younger wrestlers. I guess Darby's not as young, or Sammy's not as young as Jungle Boy. But they're trying to do something to elevate these other guys using MJF's power. Because he's a draw, he's a great promo, he's great at everything he does. Do you like anyone in this program? Are you supposed to say, like, MJF's a prick, but this other guy's a good guy? And everyone seems unlikable in a different way.
Because they've made themselves unlikable in different ways, and the other guys have called attention to the unlikability of... Again, we've talked about it, and we'll talk about it some more when we find out what they're going to do later on. Darby Allin versus MJF. Darby's got the weird, quirky charisma, got the young homeless contingent behind him. He's got the young disaffected.
It's big on the West Coast.
Goth, emo, whatever the fuck they are these days. Got these young people that are always miserable and have the weight of the world on their shoulders. He's got them. He's a feisty underdog. He has the life in him. When he does the dives, he looks like a pinball. He ain't going to last long, but you can do something with that. And as we've said, Jungle Boy's just getting in the way and cluttering things up, and Sammy is a third wheel. If they had concentrated on Darby and MJF and the promos Darby's been doing, and he's, instead of having the other guys there talking about what an unlikable, rude, aloof prick he is in real life, tearing him back down nobody's going to fucking like Jungle Boy money drawing like to begin with. And Sammy's a heel and he needs more time because he's still an idiot. But they had some money with MJF and Darby Allin, and they've thrown it away by letting the other two get involved and make Darby look worse, trying to make them look like something, which was a hopeless task. I hope I've articulated that as clearly as possible. You want to talk about the next match?
I don't know. I thought I would, but I don't know if I do.
Well, we know Tony giveth and he taketh away. Jeff Jarrett versus Dax Harwood. And I wrote at the start, at the bell, well, we know what's going to happen here. Dax is going to do the job because it's a single match and he's being penalized for being able to work with everybody. And now that they've signed him to brand new contracts, instead of coming out and trying to rehabilitate their image, he brings them out and beats them some more. But at least we got B-roll of the Briscoes versus FTR at the start of this. That's what I wrote. Actually, here's the quote. This will be the best, most professional wrestling match in AEW in either weeks or months, and Dax will lose, and the finish will be rotten. But you can tell the difference between these two guys and most of the rest of the roster as soon as they lock up. And there was a bobble early on where Dax missed a drop down and they just kept right on going instead of standing and staring at each other. And 30 seconds later, you forgot about it. And they had a match that made sense and they were serious and the work looked good. They did a legitimate 1-2 in the ring with punches, not the phony forearms. Dax, nice little Harley race headbutt off the top. And they went back and forth. I wish Dax wouldn't use a pile driver for a 2 count, but I guess that horse has left the barn. But they had a wrestling match, and Jeff was going for the figure 4, and Dax was fighting out of it. And they would go back and forth, and then finally, they've got a few 2 counts, but Dax goes for an outside-in vertical suplex, and Sanjay Dutt appears. And they had been barred at the start of the thing. They made Sanjay and Jay Lethal and Zippy go back, and they weren't at ringside, but Dutt appears again. So what, if you're going to kick them out, what use does it make when they can just come back? But he tripped Dax for a 2 count, and then Dax rolls out and chases Sanjay around the ring and chases him through the ring. And as he's going through the ring, Jeff caught him with the fucking stroke, 1, 2, 3, which was not only a rotten flat finish, but also the ref saw Sanjay running around and so it was the only match that I've watched on this program maybe in weeks where I didn't feel insulted as a wrestling fan during the match part. There were no flips or gymnastics or dives or silliness. They had an actual wrestling match, just a rotten finish amongst 2 guys that honestly shouldn't be working with each other because they've got some kind of angle going on in Tony's mind and in the mind of his psychotherapist where Mark Briscoe talked FTR into teaming up with the heels, Jeff and Jay, against somebody else, but that didn't work out on the YouTube show. And there's some Dax and Cash don't need to be having singles matches. It's not Dax and Cash's fault. They're the only two guys that can have a competent professional match with everybody on the card, which is why that especially Dax always gets beat in singles. And Jeff and Jay should be working with FTR if we're going to have any interaction here. But to have Sanjay and Zippy and this other interaction all involved, it doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't do any of these guys any good whatsoever. Your thoughts?
I hated this match, and I thought it was awful. And I didn't
What?
and I didn't think I would. No, I did. And I like FTR obviously a lot. I like Dax Harwood a lot. I'm not a Jeff Jarrett fan, but I always recognize what he brings to the table in the ring. I don't think this worked. Whether it's due to injury or whether it's due to Jeff not being a young guy anymore, I don't know. But Dax looked like an old man to me in the ring there. And there were some spots that just looked painful. I mean, in a sense, like, I'm not saying like a pile driver. I mean, just like basic movements, it didn't click. You say these guys shouldn't have been in this match. To me, that's the biggest reason why. It looked like two old guys wrestling a match to me. And I went into it wanting to see this. By the way, for the record, they had Cash Wheeler lose to Jay Lethal on Rampage. There's the creative booking for you to get the FTR Lethal versus Jarrett match. And by the way, same mistakes they made with FTR last time. They were the most over team in the company. They were getting big pops. So what do? We don't see them on TV. Then when we do, we break them up into singles matches. Yeah. Why? We want to see the best tag team in the world. Go do that to the Bucks. Go do singles matches with the Bucks.
This is why the Midnight Express gave their notice in Dallas. It doesn't make sense.
With Sanjay needs to be off TV. And I'm not saying he can't work for you behind the scenes if you think he's valuable, although Tony Khan's assessment of people working for him to me is highly questionable. But as an on-air character, Sanjay doesn't work. It's too silly. It's too goofy. Silly and goofy work if it gets a big response. No one's responding to Sanjay Dutt. No one cares about any of this. So those are my thoughts. Again, I wanted to like the match. You know what I think about Jeff Jarrett in terms of creatively. You know what I think about him in terms of the ring. I try to give fair assessments. But to me, this match just didn't come together.
Okay, then is it an indictment of the rest of the matches on this program that this was the best one and yet it still wasn't that good?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm watching Dax move in the ring and I'm like, he's either really hurt or he can't work at a normal speed with Jeff. And I don't think it's that. There was something that just to me felt really off.
Maybe jet lag?
Maybe Jeff lag.
Maybe Jeff lag. Well, speaking of jet lag, they're going to have some. Tony Khan made the big announcement. He made his own announcement. It was pre-taped, of course. He had a few shots at it just in case things went sideways. But there's going to be another Owen Hart Cup this year in Canada. And Tony Khan actually looked and spoke almost normally here. He's still not blinking a lot. But he didn't scream. He didn't jump up and down. He didn't have a nervous breakdown, or as Aunt Lola would say, a conniption fit. And he got the point across.
He shouldn't be on camera. Makes people feel awkward at home watching. And he made this big announcement about the Owen Hart thing. We forgot about the one last year. It wasn't really an impressive tournament. They had guys doing stupid spots, which you probably shouldn't do in a tournament honoring Owen Hart, all things considered. But now he's making announcements on TV. If it's not every week, it's almost every week. And if he's not making the announcement, he just hands it off to someone to do it. Why are they having Tony on TV so much?
Well, who's they?
Why is Tony having Tony on TV so much?
There you go. Well, it's better than poor Wardlow these days. Oh, boy. So the next match was Wardlow with Arn Anderson, his new manager, against Unknown. The guy didn't get an introduction. Did they ever say his name?
They must have, but I don't remember what it was.
I forgot to write it down. He didn't last long. It's a little late to go back to this now, isn't it? After they had success with Wardlow and the Powerbomb Symphony, boom, boom, like a Goldberg streak, and then he got so sidetracked and became a normal human and got in a variety of stupid angles and feuds, and now he's back to beating people with 4 pile drivers, but
power bombs.
or power bombs rather. His first move, however, was a headbutt to the guy's shoulder, and the guy sold his fucking head. And then 4 power bombs, 1, 2, 3.
It dragged. You know, like there was no excitement for the power bombs, and he kept doing them, and he was kind of hoping that the audience would react bigger than they actually did. But then the power bombs actually kind of looked like shit too.
You sometimes can't go back to things when you've stumbled on them and they're working, and you stop doing them.
Well, let me ask you this: should they go back to Wardlow being a heel?
Well, they were cheering him when he was a heel because it's not really a babyface thing to do to just powerbomb some unknown fucker 4 times or whatever. But that's why the people were going to get behind him. But if they did the same thing with Goldberg, and you just try to keep the momentum going without ruining it, especially when a guy is this green like this and he doesn't know how to take care of himself. But they didn't do that. And now I think it's done something to his confidence, whatever the fuck. But Arn was there in the ring and cut a promo trying to put him over and trying to tell the story that he's going to give Wardlow the killer instinct. I may ask you to pull out an eyeball. All due respect to Double A. And that worked in the 80s for Crockett because people would believe it. I don't think any of these people believe anybody's going to pull out anybody's eyeball. And I think Arn's another situation where you can do a great promo as a personality for yourself, but are you after 40 years of doing that, are you going to fucking do a great promo to get the guy you're managing over? It's a different, Did this seem like it was fresh and new and different and exciting, or did it seem like they put Arn out there in a tracksuit to do a promo for a guy that can't speak?
Yeah. And again, I don't think the energy was there for the match. Wardlow had a more heel-like match than babyface, and to me, that may be the way to go if you want to try to get anything out of him. And heel Arn Anderson on the mic as a manager. Again, he's 60. He's over 60. He can't really take bumps or stuff. But
no, he had to retire because of a bad neck. Yeah. And he's a babyface in this situation.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you're going to use Arn as the manager of Wardlow, make Arn a heel, make Wardlow a heel. Keep them away from other factions and try that. But Arn's one of the great promos of all time. I don't believe he's going to shoot someone. I don't believe they're going to rip out anyone's eyes. Like, there has to be a sense of realism that was always there in the past. But sometimes it feels like he's just saying things to get a reaction. Well, nowadays.
He's in a different place now. And also, I mean, let's face it, I was never physically intimidating. I can cut the same promo now as I did 30 years ago, except I'd probably have to breathe a little more often. But Arn cannot be as physically intimidating at 62 or 3, whatever he is now, as he was when he was 32 or 3. And there may be something to be said about that as well. Anyway.
But it's a different role. If he's going to be the manager, he shouldn't be intimidating anyone. It should be about the guy intimidating him.
But see, that was part of his promo, is the look and the tone of the voice and the way he could bear down. And he's kinder and gentler now. But the way this thing ended was with a big bang, though, because all of a sudden, while Arn is building Wardlow up with all the body parts he's going to dismember, music plays, and here comes Christian Cage and Dino Douche in his new outfit. And I'll have you know, Brian, they walked to the ring, and they didn't get in, and they said nothing, and nothing happened, and they turned around and left. I've never seen such excitement.
And they're the heels.
So anyway.
Great booking.
Then Renee Moxley Good had Sammy Guevara in the back because he's wrestling Darby Allin tonight, and MJF comes in and they kiss each other's heads. And they managed to clarify the deal from last week when Sammy jumped the gun and they never really laid out the premise. And then Sammy gave MJF a custom-made vest, and MJF gave Sammy a scarf, like they're trading gimmicks, and they're just friends and punched as pleased to know each other at this point because of this big plot they've got. that again is complicating the issue that they could be building two forces colliding in the main event of their pay-per-view, and instead it's all this hoo-ha that they're just gonna do it, and then they're gonna fucking annul everything they've done and put the match in that they're gonna put in to begin with, as we'll see here in a little while. Can I move on?
Yeah.
Because I've finally seen this RJ City that you talked about. Because he was in the back. Apparently Renee Moxley Good was being overused. RJ City, whoever the fuck this guy is, wherever the fuck he came from, you said he was on one of the pregame shows for the pay-per-view and was very, I think you used the word weird.
Well, what I said was I've heard that he's funny. I heard he's entertaining in a little show he has, but they used him and Renee on the pregame show, and it was horrible. It just wasn't a good fit.
Well, he started speaking here, and I'm not sure why he's on television, but he didn't have time to screw anything up too bad before Moxley just comes into camera range and attacks him and levels him.
Out of nowhere.
And takes the microphone and says, "We have scars to leave tonight," and walked out. So this guy's never appeared on this television program before in an interviewer capacity or any other capacity that we're aware of on Dynamite. And he gets 15 seconds out and the guy comes in and fucking knocks him out. Okay.
The entire Moxley gimmick is so amazing because it's like you took an 8-year-old and said, what would you imagine you could do if you were the baddest man on the planet? It's like, I just walk into a room and I hit anyone for no reason. That's what I do. Every time we see him, he's just randomly hitting people because I'm a badass and I'm dope. It's so lame. I don't know. He'll never understand how lame he is. And a lot of those AEW fans are just into the personality of Moxley much more than they are the actual quality of his work. But it's hysterically bad and it gets funnier each week.
The personality of Moxley. That's like a synonym for the aroma of manure.
It's just like a synonym, but I don't know what that is.
So, well, RJ City is down for the count, and we're at the 9 o'clock hour. And it's time for Sammy Guevara against Darby Allin. And I said, this isn't the main event. And then I thought, well, they want to have the match while they still have some of their viewers. And MJF came out on color with his jar of pickles, was eating his pickles. And this match, they actually opened up wrestling. And then they started doing some flips, but they were still kind of wrestling because it was like the flip would end up with a hip toss or whatever. They asked MJF, well, what happens if Sammy doesn't agree to lay down for you at All or Nothing? And then he said that the check won't clear. So let me ask you this. Let's say that people are supposed to work through this and say, okay, this plot works and Sammy beats Darby and the match at Double or Nothing is MJF versus Sammy. Then are they going to have a match first and then Sammy's going to lose on purpose? Or is he just going to lay down like the finger poke of doom? And in which case, why are we paying for the pay-per-view? Because it wouldn't make any sense for a guy to fight another guy for 20 minutes and then lose on purpose. So it would have to be a deal where he's just going to take the bump and take the check, which means that their main event is not really going to happen. So I don't want to buy the pay-per-view. Is that the logic, Brian, that they're selling us here?
I do not think logic applies to what they're trying to sell us here. They had an idea for MJF to have a match with the other four pillars, and they backed themselves up into it in the clumsiest and stupidest of ways to the point where I certainly don't want to see it. I don't think there's too much logic here. I think this is kind of one of those holder things for MJF. You just got to hope they have the match and he moves on to something else because this hasn't done him any favors. I think for Jungle Boy, it's made him look worse than ever before.
Yeah.
Darby's shown more on the mic, and then he showed too much on the mic. You want him to stop talking. And what do you do with Sammy after this? Because they were starting to get it kind of, I don't want to say they were starting to get it over with Sammy being the goofy friend of MJF, but that's already done. So I don't know. I don't really think there's much logic, much booking sense, much good booking decision-making in any of this stuff with the Four Pillars feud.
And I'll go through it real briefly. And again, as I mentioned earlier in the program, if you're listening on YouTube, a different clip, but this should be MJF versus Darby Allin. There should have been a concerted push for Darby as a single to begin with. The rest of this is just wasted the whole thing and a lost opportunity. But nevertheless,
Where's Sting? He confronted MJF.
No,
he called out the world champion. We never saw him again.
Well, Action Andretti, where's he?
Hanging out with
Chris
Sting.
Jericho.
Maybe him and Sting are over at Miro's house having a party every Wednesday night.
Right.
Come over, watch the show.
Anyway, so the first 2 minutes of this match were good, and MJF was selling pickles on the commentary, and Sammy spit in Darby's eye and gave him a knee to the back and posted him, start the heat, and then as soon as he did that, he wasted a ton of time milking the people, then going over and setting up to try to suplex Darby inside out to the floor. Like that was, but then Darby blocked it and took over on the apron. Then why cut him off and post him? If the next thing you're going to do is take the guy to the apron to do a move that everybody can see ahead of time, you're not going to do. And then the guy just takes back over. And then Darby allegedly tried to German suplex Sammy off the apron to the floor, which they have been on forever now, the apron, while the referee is standing there staring. And then Sammy grabs the referee to distract him face to face while he mule kicks Darby in the nuts. And then, as Darby ends up on the floor selling his nuts, the heel Sammy does a springboard moonsault off the top rope onto the babyface Darby on the floor, and that's the break spot. At one point in time, if you told a babyface, yeah, I'll do a fancier move than you're going to do in the entire match to cut you off for the heat, well, the babyface would have fucking just stuck his finger in his fucking eye. Anyway, so they come back from the break, and the first thing we see is Darby hits the Scorpion Death Drop, a la Sting, and both of them are down. And then Sammy rolls out on the floor, and Darby does the dive that he does so great through the second and bottom rope, straight at Sammy, and Sammy catches him with a cutter on the floor. So Darby's coming 100 miles an hour head first through the ropes, and Sammy catches him with an offensive move that's supposed to plant his face on the floor. What does he do? He doesn't pick him up and roll him back in the ring where he can beat the guy. He walks off and leaves him and goes and pulls out a table and wastes another 30 or more seconds setting it up while the fans start chanting, "We want tables," instead of "Go Darby go," or "Please Darby win." And then Darby, after being cuttered on the floor at 100 miles an hour, by the time Sammy goes over and sets his table up, is back up and is making a comeback on Sammy. And Darby puts Sammy on the fucking table and climbs to the top rope. But Ty Meloconti comes out to the apron to distract him, and Sammy runs up and gives him a Spanish fly off the top rope for a 2 count. But then Sammy puts Darby on the table, out on the floor, and takes forever to go up to the top while giving us another symbol that he's crazy, because that's his thing. And then he does a flipping cannonball on Darby Allin onto the table, through the table, to the concrete floor. Again, where he can't beat the guy. But he maybe can get him counted out. Okay. So both of them sell for a second. And then Sammy rolls in. Now, bear in mind, Sammy off the top rope, flipping 2 revolution cannonball through a guy and a table to the concrete floor. He's in at the count of 5, which was about 45 seconds. And at the count of 9, you think, okay, Darby's going to get counted out. If there's ever to be a count out, that would be it. At the count of 9, Darby jumps up on his feet, rolls in the ring. And I started to hit the fast forward button at this point because, Jesus H. Christ, but apparently they're in the finish, so I stopped. Ty Melloconte shows up again and draws the referee again. And there's MJF, who gives Darby the skateboard. Pitches the skateboard to Darby, and then Sammy claps hands, falls down, takes a bump, and the referee turns around and sees the skateboard in Darby's hand and disqualifies Darby. So they're stealing from Eddie Guerrero. I mean, that finish is as old as the hills. I saw it in the early 80s, but not in this fucking instance. But then suddenly, Darby and Sammy are both up and they're both fine. And MJF levels Darby with a shot with the ring. And then at that point, they put up a graphic on the screen in the arena for the title match at the pay-per-view that was just decided 15 seconds ago with the finish of the match. But they got the fucking graphic ready to go. And then the heels get more heat on Darby. But Jungle Boy hits the ring with a chair and the heels powder. But Darby is mad at Jungle Boy that he didn't get down there quicker, apparently. And MJF gets a microphone and tells both of these guys and the fans off. And then Tony Schiavone interrupts. I'm still going. Sorry, Brian. Tony Schiavone interrupts. He's talked to Tony Khan. And next week, it's going to be a tag team match, MJF and Sammy against Jungle Boy and Darby. And if MJF and Sammy win, then the title match goes on as normal. But if Darby and Jungle Boy win, then it's a 4-way match for the title at the pay-per-view. And I wrote fucking hell. So they refuse to make stars even when it's handed to them. Jungle Boy's an anchor around this whole thing's neck. Sammy's getting in the way. And now we're going to get the 4-way that we were afraid we were going to get to begin with, despite the fact that Darby Allin had a couple of weeks of really hot performances and should be in a single title match so people might actually buy this fucking thing. What a mess. Your thoughts again.
I completely agree with you. It's a mess. The commentary show-wide was a problem. I'll probably say a little bit more about that later. And I have advocated for using Schiavone in a role like the commissioner. Because he needs to be off commentary because he's useless. He does nothing, and in fact, he makes it worse because he causes Excalibur to get sillier, and next thing you know, serious shit's happening in the ring, and the two chuckle fucks on the microphone are just having a ball jerking each other off. Schiavone is good in that role. However, if you're going to have Tony Schiavone stand up there on the mic in front of the live room and call the world champion a heel, a prick, MJF needs to go over there, take him by his fucking earring, and throw his frumpy ass off the fucking stage. Why is Tony Schiavone dressing down MJF? Why?
I have no idea.
Is it to get a pop in the room? Why are you doing that?
Apparently somebody likes it.
Yes, somebody. I know who. The same goof who booked the whole fucking show. This is becoming the worst. I'm going to say it here. I've begun to hate watching AEW. I always kind of found things to get a kick out of. Moxie right now is pretty funny. But it's become such a bad show. The commentating is off the charts awful. Maybe the most counterproductive commentating team in AEW history, which is saying something. And again, using Schiavone like this, he's calling out MJF. And then it's the 4-way match, which we called weeks ago. And they found an uncreative way to still get to this stupid match.
That nobody wanted to see.
Darby and MJF opened up a pay-per-view in, must have been 2021, I guess. I think it was. And it was the best match on the show. It was an instant classic. Like you said, that match, which opened up that show, being in the main event of this show, with a good build, that would have meant something. They had Sting come out there. Again, another guy dressed down the world champion. Has anything happened? Unless MJF has kidnapped Sting, Raka Khan style, and we haven't seen him on TV in several weeks because of that. Why hasn't there been any follow-up on that? This whole thing has been so poorly put together. It's counterproductive to MJF, who should be the biggest priority in that company because he's the brightest future of anyone in that company. And this has done no favors for him.
Well, but the biggest thing was Darby had a window there where they could have really fucking done something. Poor Darby. He's killing himself, and this was his chance. He may not get another one. It may not happen again because this is slogging him down.
I even think if he listened to people and didn't become babyface and heel in the same promo at times. Sammy and MJF, there was something there. Jungle Boy has nothing to do with any of this other than they anointed him as one of the 4 pillars a few years ago for no good reason other than All Japan had 4 guys. So now he's in the mix of all this. He doesn't belong. I think MJF Sammy would have been something if they had built it up well. MJF Darby clearly was the choice. Instead, we got a 4-way for the world title. I'm sure it'll be all right because a few people in there are really talented, but I don't want to see that.
Well, and also now, here, one more thing. As MJF and Sammy were pissed off, and so am I, about the 4-way revelation, and they were going to get in the SUV, MJF turns to Sammy and says, the car's full. There's no room. And the camera shows there's nobody in the fucking car. So Sammy turns around disappointed. So probably next week, Sammy will have had enough of MJF's tomfoolery and cause the other team to win the match, and then MJF has to defend against all 4 of them, blah, blah, blah. Whoopee.
It would have even been better, and I'm not saying this would have been good, if after this week's show, next week, Sammy finally got his hands on MJF, and you did that match. But the 4-way, for no reason other than there's 4 guys, is so stupid.
Speaking of stupid, Adam Cole was in the ring doing a promo, and he called Chris Jericho a son of a bitch. And he went through last week's angle where he was handcuffed and they beat up Britt. And he swore that he was going to hurt Jericho real bad, and he called him out. The people were not going bonkers for this.
Because it's not good. Well, and Adam Cole has not impressed anyone since he's been in AEW. And that angle was horrible last week.
The whole thing about him, I'm going to hurt you real bad now. I really am. I'll kill you 1,000,000 times.
As long as you don't handcuff me.
Jericho wouldn't come out. So Adam was going to go back to find him. Suddenly Jericho music plays and Jericho's on the screen. He said, I don't want to be anywhere near a man who will let his wife get beat up and do nothing about it. But my guys don't mind. Get him, boys. And here comes Hager and Mac Daddy and Cool Hand Luke and old Garcia. And they hit the ring and they immediately took Adam Cole down and neutralized him. No fight. I know it's 4 against 1. But Adam Cole had the high ground. He was inside the ring. They had to come through the ropes. That's where the babyface becomes proactive and starts trying to fight. And then the numbers take over and they get him down. But there was no struggle. It was like, boom, one tackle pancake. And they're beating him up in not a very stirring fashion. And here come Pockets and Bandito. Again, in for a save. And they immediately got stopped, both of them. Not saying they shouldn't have stopped Pockets and thrown him out in a fucking alley. But they just stopped him. And they did nothing. And it was rotten, stationary heat by the heels where they were just standing on them. There was no heel leader in this group, just clueless flunkies that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they play music, and here comes Roderick Strong. And since we stopped watching NXT, we'd forgotten about Roddy. Apparently, he has not wrestled there since late last year, and his contract expired, and he was under the radar and didn't call any attention to himself. And now he has been able to sign here in AEW. And he made a big comeback, and not one of these greenhorn heels had a fucking clue how to feed him, but he did his shit anyway. But it was, instead of being a stirring comeback, it was like he was bouncing drunks. But he did it. And then he and Adam Cole hugged. Roddy looked like he was 50 years old the last time we saw him at NXT, just almost given up. He looked better here. He's always in great shape. He's not the second coming of Steve Austin, but inside the ring, he's tremendous if given an opportunity. Is he going to play with his friends and do all the gymnastic shit, or is he going to do what he is good at? I don't know, but poor Kyle O'Reilly, if he ever wrestles again, he had some kind of neck fusion and is injured. But the three of them were great. Fish is gone and forgotten. But at one point, Cole, O'Reilly, and Roddy together were fantastic. Maybe they can impress on Adam that he should still go to the gym or get out in the sun once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when he was with them, he looked great. But anyway.
I can't keep repeating the same thing, but I'm gonna. This was horrible.
Yeah.
Another bad angle with this. Adam Cole is not working right now as, I told you, everyone who sees that All Access show, they say Adam Cole's the biggest babyface in that company. And then you watch the show, he's trying to do babyface rah-rah promos. No one's buying it. The fact that he's smaller than everyone on the roster stands out more and more each week. They do this bad thing. Jericho clearly wasn't even there, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Taking the Midnight Express and you and the Four Horsemen out of the equation, so you don't have anything to argue, it's becoming like the worst of Dusty's booking in '88. This whole company, the way people used to turn and look to the back, ready for the run-in.
Yeah.
All you have to do now is wait for the music to hit. You may not even know whose music it is. You just have to turn and wait for that. Roddy Strong came out there. We've never seen him in AEW before. He had music. He's wearing a shirt. He's ready to hit the ring and be involved in all this. And there wasn't much clamoring for it. I mean, that's the saddest thing is, despite all the talent, between the way he's been used, and I think actually the way his friends have been used in AEW, he left NXT and no one noticed. No one cared. No one says, where's Roddy? No one said, when's he going to show up in AEW with his wife and his friends? No one said any of that. So now he's there in the middle of this not working Jericho-Adam Cole feud.
And Adam Cole, with the goodwill he had from the people about the legitimate concussion problem, and he was out for so long, remember the first couple of times, he brought the house down, and they have made him look like a small, tiny simpleton and done nothing interesting. And the Jericho group is the kiss of death because it's always the same thing. They will do a WWE sports entertainment style angle where they just beat somebody up unmercifully with nobody trying to help. And it's the same thing every time. And then who gets over against Jericho?
No one.
Nobody.
No one. And Tony Khan listens to Jericho because he still doesn't realize how much he's manipulated by Jericho. He still thinks that he's a friend and he's just trying to do what's right for the company. It's all silly. But this stuff with Adam Cole is not working at all. And, Orange Cassidy and Bandito, all of a sudden, they had the match earlier. Orange Cassidy gave him his sunglasses, and now they're helping out for no reason. And no one wants to see Jericho's flunky. If Jericho's not there, and there's less of an audience for Jericho than ever before, no one wants to see his flunkies. And where was Britt Baker? Nothing from her. Adam Cole was handcuffed to the rope while his fiance, girlfriend, whatever she is, was beaten by these other women, and these guys stood there, or Jericho specifically, and mocked him. Why didn't he do no promo and just run out there with a baseball bat, Ric Flair style, and chase everyone away? Because that would have meant more.
You asked where Britt was. She's in the back with Renee Moxley Good later on.
Yeah. This is terrible. Horrible book. Everything they've done with Adam Cole, it's amazing. You thought they're going to get him out of NXT. His friends are there. They're going to do something. They have done nothing right with Adam Cole from the moment he got there.
The first time.
With him and Orange Cassidy, the first time.
Yeah.
Remember, they turned heel on the Elite, and then nothing happened. I mean, just the booking on this show's horrible.
Well, hold on. There's more rottenness. We got to get to more rottenness. QTV is still happening. And whoever the QTV girl is, she's phonier than a get-well card from an Undertaker. Just the facials, and why is she there? Why is this thing happening? What? And the way that it's shot, it makes it impossible to not only believe, but even digest anything. And the other fucking clowns that are with QT, and then suddenly Hobbs comes in and jacks QT up against the wall, and QT has to promise him he's going to be a champion again. Why does this exist? That's a rhetorical question.
This was the chance after the title loss, after the botched booking, after the mishandling of Hobbs. The only shining light in him losing the title to Wardlow was you could do something different with him. get him away from QT and his clowns. No, there's more of this. There's not one single thing in AEW history that you could point to say, you know what, this one time he was awesome, so let's give QT more TV time.
Well, now, but they're going to get Hobbs away from him because, see, this is a tease that they're going to break up, and that means that instead of just, what we're saying is get Hobbs away from QT and the rest of these people, like, do not have him interact with them and don't put them on the television program.
That is what I'm saying.
Not break him up and have him feud with the group.
No, I don't need to see him against Solo.
Oh, boy. All right. For the TBS title, Taya Valkyrie against Jane Cargill. And Brian, Jane's your girl.
Well, Layla Gray was at ringside. Don't forget Layla Gray.
And Layla Gray, she was at ringside. And I'm just going to make a couple of comments. For the people who haven't been paying attention, Jane Cargill has the most title defenses in AEW of any champion, male or female. She's 55-0, undefeated. The only place she's ever been a professional wrestler. She's had 55 pro matches. She's won them all. What does any of this mean, and why has it been done? If Taya Valkyrie was not going to win this, then who will? What opponent versus Jane Cargill on pay-per-view will draw money? What matchup could you make after putting all that time and effort into her and her push, and she's undefeated, 55-0, and she's got her own belt that's like part of her ring outfit? Why is this happening? What opponent do they have in store for her that's going to be a big money-drawing match or a main event on a television program? Or what is the reason, Pat? Does she have a no-job deal in her contract? Otherwise, why is this happening? Could you not have done this with one of your top main event level talents, this big, or somebody you could get over like a Hobbs or a Starks or a fucking or a Darby, and do that, or even part of that, instead of the two most productive champions, the two most prominent, the two most winningest champions are Jane Cargill and our little puppy Pockets. They have the big records in AEW. Oh. And the stipulation on this match was if Taya used Cargill's move, which is Beth Phoenix's move, the faceplant thing, then she would be disqualified. And I watched this because in the past, I've loved Taya Valkyrie. She looks great. She's got the size. I've seen her have good matches. She was very entertaining for about 3 weeks as Frankie Monet in NXT, as the rich Paris Hilton looking type of deal before they screwed her over there. She's got experience. She's wrestled in a variety of places. This was fucking rotten. And it wasn't all Jane's fault. I think it was a style clash, but Jane is rotten. There's no doubt about that. Taya, who I thought was good, was rotten in this match and in this environment. I don't know if it was all Jane or a style clash or what, but this was brutal to fucking watch. They tried to get way too complicated at the end. And the whole idea of Taya not being able to do the finish because of the fake lawyer, Mark Sterling. So that was the stipulation of the match. So she goes to do the move, and the ref says, no, you can't do that. And she drops Jane out of it, who went down on her back, and then Taya just leaned forward and stretched her arms out where she could be rolled up by Jane. So instead of, oh, I'm going for my move, oh shit, I can't use it, I forgot, oh my God, I got capitalized on, it was, I'm going for my move, you can't use that, well, I'll set her down, oh, she's down at my feet, I'll lean over and roll forward. 1, 2, 3.
That was the fakest looking finish to a match I think I've ever seen. That was as clear a cooperation as I've ever seen on national TV.
It was unmissable. Let me just bend over and throw my arms down here and roll forward into this for you so that you can pin me. And then she was so mad about losing that she decked the fake lawyer, I'm talking about Taya, and grabbed referee Aubrey Ed and picked her up and tried to give her the finish. But the other referees ran in there and stopped her. And when she dropped Aubrey galloped out of there. Holy mackerel, she rounded the far turn and passed Secretariat's time. This was abysmal. And like I said, Jane, we know can't have she looks like a star and they present her like a star. She can't have a match. And she's only had 55 of them over the past 3 years or whatever. It's been 2 years or 3 years now that she's been around.
Oh, she was there like right at the beginning of 2020, wasn't she? Because that's when they did the Cody Shaq angle.
Well, okay, in 3 years, she's had 55 matches because it's not like she's out working the indies. So she's rotten and she's going to be rotten because she's green and she's been told she's doing well, apparently. And Taya
had a look of frustration on her face at the end that you rarely see on TV.
Yeah. And like I said, we've seen her be good, but not here. All righty.
This match was really bad. With that said, you know, the one thing Jade has down is she knows how to at least give off a star.
She looks good just standing there.
She's clearly athletic. And she's had 50-something matches. I can't imagine any of them or many of them have gone too long. So then the question is, what is she really doing with her ring time? Is this it? Do you want to get her to be something more than this? Because right now, we've said it before, there's a women's division and then there's Jade Cargill. She's almost like an entity unto herself.
Yeah.
Or unto herself, I should say, where she has her matches and then she'll do a promo or two for the next month and then you see her again for a match and then nothing. Who's she going to wrestle that would draw money on paper? Goldberg? I really don't know.
Well, that's the point. What was this set up for then, that she's undefeated if there's no way to capitalize and either make a new star off of her being undefeated or have a big money match to advertise and sell tickets to? It's just, you're just doing it. So but she's had 55 matches in 3 years. If she was working the territories, she would have had 55 matches in 2 months. If she was working OVW 20 years ago, she would have had 55 matches in front of people, much less training, but matches in front of people in 4 months. It's been 3 years. And
that finish was embarrassing. That finish was reason enough to never put her on a live show again, or at least for a while.
But but truthfully, again, it's not her fault. She took a job where they said, okay, we're going to pay you a lot of money. We're going to give you your own belt. We're not going to beat you. You're going to be on TV. So, you know, and I'm sure she thinks she's trying hard and she's doing well, but she's not. She's been booked great for her. But what else? What is the end result of this? Who's going to be made? What money is going to be drawn? What tickets are going to be sold? Or does she just have crummy matches and win every so often on television?
She's had a couple of managers, at least 3 different women that have been baddies. But it's like Orange Cassidy. I mean, it's not as insulting, but it's the same concept. We've seen this 3 years ago. Is it any different today than it was then? And I think with Jade, the answer sadly is no. There's no evolution of her.
Well, anyway, cut to shit, Brian, because it's time for the main event. See, that's another one of her catchphrases also. She had to tell the announcer to cut the shit.
She's not allowed to say that anymore.
Well, and plus he had never actually taken a shit for there to be one there to cut. So anyway, the main event on this program was the Butcher and the Baker with Pip Sabian and Penelope Pitstop in the corner. Where's the bunny? And the only reason to see Butcher and Baker was to look at the bunny every once in a while. And they were in a tag team match against Twinkle Toes and Take a Shit.
Takeshita, for those of you at home who don't know who Jim's talking about.
I just pronounce it like it's spelled. I do it phonetically. And Bryan Danielson was on color. And this was the main event of the television. We haven't even seen Butcher and Baker have a tag team match in months, and they're the main event spot. But there was 10 minutes on the air, so I had hope when the bell rang. And they went through a break, so that was good too. It was every indie tag team match. Pip was out there doing flips, interfering. There was a lot of sloppiness with the Butcher. The Butcher and the Baker at one point tried to double team on Take-A-Shit and almost dropped him on his head. And then finally, Take-A-Shit hit the Baker with a knee lift, 1, 2, 3. And then all the fun started. Danielson gets up from the desk with the microphone, says, I see one professional in the ring. He's talking about Take. And I see one amateur. He's talking about Toes. And he makes a pitch for Take to join at first he said the Elite. He said, if you were training with the Elite, and people caught it, he stumbled and people caught it and popped a little bit. If you were training with the BBC, then you'd be great. But if you were training with the Elite, you'd be like Cutlet and Knock It Off, washing guys in the shower, which now we know what their actual full-time capacity is there with the company, washing the Buckaroos' balls.
We already knew that.
Well, I thought they were just fondling them. I didn't know they were responsible for actually soaping them up and getting them clean. But anyway, so when Take-A-Shit does not want to join the BBC, and that means that the BBC then attack Take-A-Shit and Twinkle Toes. And they're beating them up. And Moxley goes to take the screwdriver to stab Kenny. But the Buckaroos come out and they super kick everybody over and over. And then they grab the screwdriver and they give Kenny the screwdriver, and they're holding, goddamn, who were they holding? Was it Moxley?
Yeah.
They're holding Moxley. And that's where my DVR froze again. And you sent me, because there was more foolishness to go on. I told you, I said, what else happened? My DVR froze again. And by the way, again, for people, you said the same thing. What the fuck? I set the DVR to record the program that's listed. I do it the same way with every program. You can either say record or don't record. And this is the only program that I don't get the last minute of. So I think their time management is caca. But anyway, you sent me a clip. I said, I hope he took that screwdriver and shoved it up his own ass. But instead, Kenny got the screwdriver. He's going to stab Moxley. But Take-A-Shit comes back in the ring, his own partner, and gets in front and says, don't do that. No, pleading with him not to do it. And the announcers are going, well, why is he doing that? Well, then at that point, the heels take back over and they dump the Buckaroos out on the floor. And Moxley gets the screwdriver back and starts, allegedly, it was so fake looking, stabbing Take-A-Shit in the head with the screwdriver. And remember, Take is the one that they got juice on back about a couple of months ago, where we've never seen. I've seen commercials for Ginsu knives where the blade was on television less than in that segment on the wrestling program. So this time, as soon as he gets stabbed in the head, they go to a shot that completely misses Take down on the mat. They're shooting the heels glorifying. And when they go back to a shot of Take-A-Shit laying on the mat, he's just gotten it and it's dripping on his bicep. And now they're out of time and they're off the air. The guy cut his fucking head to get a shot of a drip on his fucking arm just so that Moxley would think that he's a badass. I can't do the voice. This was a mess. Again, a mess. A fake, convoluted, obviously contrived mess of things. Am I overstating this case?
No. First of all, why a screwdriver? Has it been explained why these wrestlers who hate amateurs, and boy, what a good idea. Let's do a wrestlers versus sports entertainers or amateurs feud. That hasn't just been done on this show. But why the screwdriver? Where did that come from, that it's now a steady thing for them? No explanation. It just is. Danielson's trying to make the most of this he can. But I don't know. I'm starting to think he has bad instincts when it comes to anything outside of the ring involving wrestling, because this stuff has been terrible. Moxley's entertainingly bad, but every segment he's in is the same kind of, it's almost juvenile booking.
And they're supposed to be so violent. Whenever they attack people and get heat on him, it looks fake. His punches and kicks are fake. His bullshit with gimmicks is fake. It doesn't look real or violent. It just looks fake.
Did you see what they announced for this week's Dynamite?
I did not.
In a cage, Kenny Omega versus Jon Moxley.
Oh, good God.
So coming out of this and these series of angles, we're going to get a cage match on Dynamite. Moxley versus Omega. I don't know. I don't think this BCC versus Elite stuff's doing it. I don't think it's exciting their fans. The booking's been horrible show-wide, but specifically this stupid feud has been extraordinarily bad. I'm really getting to the point where I'm fed up. It's a different kind of... Like with WWE, I get bored and I just don't want to watch TV anymore.
Yeah.
With AEW, I get frustrated and don't want to watch wrestling anymore.
Yeah, it's like, you could have done anything else but this and it would have been better. How can you make the wrong decision every time?
Every time.
What were the numbers on this fiasco?
All right, let's pull up the ratings for AEW Dynamite. Wednesday, April 26, 2023. Dynamite was watched by 863,000 viewers on average.
Okay, and last week we talked was 830 something. The week before that was 870. They're 860, 830, 870. They've been in the eights for the most part for about 6 weeks now, and it seems to be that they're retaining more of the audience because they're starting lower to begin with. They're not getting the 1.1 and 1.2 millions at the start anymore off of the Big Bang. But out of what happened this week, you tell me.
The show open, segment 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. This was compiled by WrestleNomics. Orange Cassidy versus Bandito with picture-in-picture. 923,000 viewers.
Okay, so again, and somebody help us. Does anybody track the Big Bang? Have the Big Bang Theory's numbers gone drastically down over the last couple of months, and they're not feeding them the over 1 million people they were? Or are they still doing 1 million in the last 15 minutes of Big Bang, and those people are just bailing out earlier than ever because they don't want to see this fucking wrestling? That's a question I have.
Hey, one thing, I brought up picture-in-picture. We've actually heard from some of our international listeners. They don't know what that means. Can you explain it?
I can explain it. I can't justify it. They think, for whatever reason, that if you go to a commercial break, but in the corner of the screen, you put a small box with the wrestling match still ongoing while the majority of the screen and all of the audio is playing the commercial. And I've got in my television room a 72-inch fucking screen, and the picture-in-picture to watch the wrestling match is still only like 12 inches, and I'm 10 feet away from it, so I can't imagine what it would look like if you're watching a normal television. And I don't see how anybody would do that, but picture-in-picture is theoretically so you won't get up and go piss or go get a sandwich or switch the channel, because you can still see the match that's going on even if you can't hear it. And it's like looking at it being broadcast on a postage stamp. That's picture-in-picture.
Segment 2.
Yes.
8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The final 4 minutes of Orange Cassidy versus Bandito. The post-match, Adam Cole's backstage promo, once again with Bandito and Orange Cassidy. Darby Allin, Jack Perry backstage promo, or Darby Allin and Jack Perry backstage promo, as well as the start of Jeff Jarrett versus Dax Harwood. 896,000 viewers.
Okay, so to be quite honest, only losing 27,000 people with a segment like that ain't that bad.
They lost 110,000 between 1 and 2 last week.
Yeah.
Segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Jeff Jarrett versus Dax Harwood with picture-in-picture, as well as the post-match, Tony Khan's backstage announcement, and Wardlow versus Ariel Levy.
Ah, there was the name.
844,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay. So now it begins another 52,000, bringing the total in the first 45,000. In the first 45 minutes, we've lost 79,000 people already.
Segment 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Arn Anderson's live promo, an angle with Wardlow and Christian Cage and Luchasaurus. I don't know how you call that an angle. Sammy Guevara and MJF's promo, as well as RJ City being attacked by the Blackpool Combat Club, and the beginning of Darby Allin versus Sammy Guevara. 832,000 viewers.
All right, another 12,000 leave, even though that the most promoted match, Sammy and Darby, was coming up.
Segment 5, the 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Sammy Guevara versus Darby Allin with picture-in-picture, and the post-match angle with Jack Perry, MJF, and the filthy mouth Tony Schiavone. 890,000 viewers.
Holy shit! They do not usually pick up that many even at the top of the hour, so that's 58,000 people that they added back. So again, that was the heavily promoted match, and as well the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and they had some recognizable people in there. That apparently helped their average in the middle, but it's boding not well for the last quarter hour. I'm seeing that right now. Go ahead.
And for the record, last week, the last hour of the show, 9 o'clock was 791, 9:15, 792, 9:30, 761, and then the final segment was 762. So here we are, 890 for segment 5. Segment 6, MJF and Sammy Guevara backstage going into the car, as well as the Adam Cole live promo and angle with the Jericho Appreciators, the debut of Roderick Strong, and QTV, 864,000 viewers.
864, so we've lost enough. We lost half of what we gained at 9 o'clock. We lost 26,000.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Jade Cargill versus Taya Valkyrie with picture-in-picture. The post-match, Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter's backstage promo, Jay White and Juice Robinson's backstage promo.
I missed them.
884,000 viewers.
Holy shit! They picked up another 20,000. They picked up almost as many as they lost in the previous quarter, but they never add
Jade.
But then again, I asked the same thing as I asked last week with one of the matches. Is it good that a lot of people saw that? Is it good for the future?
No, it's good that people want to tune in to see her. It's not good what the results are when they do.
Son of a gun. Well, in that case, then, old Twinkle Toes and Take a Shit must have run them out like there was a smallpox fucking scare.
You know, you brought up that you missed the Juice Robinson Jay White promo. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter did one here too. Big angle last week where the Outcast beat the crap out of Britt. Were the Outcast talked about or seen on this show? Did they do a promo on this show? There's always like a big thing that happens.
Yeah, Britt was with the black eye and Jamie was with her arm in a sling, and they were talking about Jericho.
Horrible follow-ups to everything that happens on this show. But finally, Jim, the 8th segment, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Kenny Omega and Takeshita versus the Butcher and the Blade with picture-in-picture, as well as the post-match angle with the Blackpool Combat Club and the Young Bucks. 774,000 viewers.
Wow. Okay, so they lost 110,000 people from Jane Cargill when they basically saw this is going to be the last match and we don't want to see it. Goodbye. So
how many times has Kenny Omega been in the main event spot? And if you're an Omega fan, I can understand arguing, hey, it's him against the Butcher and the Blade. There's no guarantee of an angle, even though it's AEW. There's a guarantee of an angle after the match. But how many times has Kenny Omega been in the last spot of this show and not only didn't pop a number, drove the number down?
Well, I mean, it was constant when they were doing the best of 7 series or the 6-mans with, Kenny and the Buckaroos. They were more dramatic losses, to be honest, back then, because that's when they were starting with more people at the beginning of the program. And now their pattern is becoming that they're not starting with a lot of people and losing 30 or 35% of the audience by the end. They're starting with less people, but they're retaining more of them throughout more of the program until the very end, and they see that and they go, But so it's got to be two things. Number one, we've established the number of people that are going to watch this parody of a wrestling program, no matter what they put on, no matter how bad the show is or what doesn't make sense, at somewhere between 800 and 900,000, 800 and something thousand people. And I'm wondering if there's been a change or something in the Big Bang numbers that feed them the giant lead in, so they don't start over 1 million and end up with 700,000. They start with around 9 and end up with high sevens.
And for the record, after this All Access, 299,000 viewers.
Well, yeah, because people don't want to access it.
If the rumors are true about Saturday AEW Collision being Punk and various people Punk could either work with or want to work with, or just whoever fills up that roster, if it'll really be two split rosters in one way or another between Dynamite and that Saturday show, coming out of this show and this booking and the choices that are made of who's used on this show and the formatting, do you have any hope for that Saturday show? I mean, what are you thinking?
Well, just because you put Punk on the show, just because you have Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger or Bruce Willis or
Sylvester
whatever
Stallone
star in a movie, then did they also write it? Are they also producing it? Are they also hiring the rest of the cast? Or is it just you can have a box office star in a stinker? It's happened many times in various genres of entertainment. So the question is it still going to be Tony Khan booking a show? And if it is, then it's going to be no different. It's not going to make any more sense on Saturday than it did on Wednesday, except Punk would probably have more say over his segment. Do they want Punk to write the whole thing? Has Punk decided he wants to be a booker? He could probably do a better job than Tony, but is this something he wants to do for everybody on the program? The only way that it would be different or a measure of what success you have on Wednesday with one crew versus on Saturday with another crew is if there are two different people heading the creative and putting the show together, as well as different talent on it. Then you would have somewhat of a competition to see who wanted to watch what more. And then you just have, Saturday night's a weak TV night with less people watching television. So you maybe try to factor, okay, if there's 20% less people watching than on Wednesday, then they got to do 20% less of the number to be even, or whatever the fuck. But does Punk want to write the whole goddamn show every week? I haven't heard him say that. And without that, then you've just got Tony with more mental effluvia clogging up the airwaves. I don't know.
Well, that was another banner week of AEW Dynamite.
Well, let's get to the draft. But first, so what in the world is going on over there today, this week, this month, whenever, at the Arcadian Vanguard Network, the Wrestling News, the 605, and all the other things you've got your finger stuck in, pal?
Another finger-packed week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Get information about all the shows on Twitter, at Superpodcast, or on Facebook at facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. As you mentioned, the Wrestling News, every day. Get your free daily wrestling newscast. Find out everything that happened for free with a professional wrestling newscast with no opinion, no star ratings, no conjecture, just the actual news. Check it out today for free. Get it directly at thewrestlingnews.com. Wherever you find your favorite podcast, look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News. Want to make mention of this week's episode of Breaking Kayfabe with Bowdrin and Barry. The guest, Jack Victory. Hear this today at BowdrinPod.com or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Look for Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry.
Jack Victory helped me load my stuff up and put it in a U-Haul trailer when I moved from Dallas to Atlanta. And I love that fellow. Wonderful guy.
How different would his career have been if he had somehow hitched a ride with you?
Well, he would have probably ended up weighing 120 pounds by the time we got to Atlanta. It was 100 degrees. Took me 2 days. I was hauling the fucking U-Haul trailer and my car kept overheating. So I could only go 45 miles an hour with the air conditioning off.
You love him for something outside of the ring in terms of in the ring. Underrated?
Yeah, no, he was a heck of a worker. Did not have the physique that Vince and the big boys found cosmetically pleasing, but was a good worker, had a heck of a fucking punch, and was a good guy all around.
Well, hear him today on Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry, once again at BaldwinPod.com, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And of course, the 605 Superpodcast, The Mothership! I was just watching Looney Tunes with my daughter, so that fits in that sound effect. Go through the archive today at 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts, the 605 Superpodcast, The Mothership.
All right, I'm still trying to clear my ear out from that one, and also I'm trying to clear my stomach out from watching Smackdown. I've tried Ipecac and syrup of swill. Neither one has worked so far, but Brian, let me ask you this. And there wasn't much to Smackdown, as we'll find out. So we're going to, basically, it won't make any sense if we do it chronologically, because the only thing that really went on was the draft was an ongoing thing throughout the night, and then the tag match we'll get to. But let's talk about the draft. And so I wish somebody would have shut the door or closed the window, because I think I got a cold off of the draft. It made me ill. They're trying to make it a big deal. Do the average rank and file, normal, two-legged, living, breathing WWE fans out there in the hinterlands give two French fried titty fucks about the draft? Is it a big deal to them or only to the company?
They talked about it on TV a lot for a few weeks. They built it up big. So they built it up bigger than most of the wrestlers that they have on their show. I think it is a big deal. And you know what? Everyone has.
I said they're building it up. Are the fans taking to it? Are they smelling what the office there is cooking? Are they buying what they're selling? Is what I'm saying.
I think a lot of fans, at least until the first draft pick happens, and then after that, it probably starts dwindling a little more. I think there is some excitement. The idea that things could possibly change in some way.
Well, there you go. The idea that things could possibly get good suddenly.
Yeah.
Okay, boy, this looked like a first draft of a format for anyway. I don't understand, first of all, why anybody would give a shit, because most guys are on both shows, it seems, or the ones you care about, especially WrestleMania season. The production of both shows looks basically the same. It's a WWE production. You can't get away from the brand, whether you're on Raw or SmackDown. Even if it's different announcers, it's the same basic presentation. They've got different graphics, but it's not like you can't obviously see it's the same company and the same people interact with each other from the shows on a regular basis. So it's not like somebody just got sprung from Devil's Island or swam the bay from Alcatraz and have come into a brand new world. Does anybody that just watches the TV and doesn't live on the internet, do they keep track of who's on what show? Or if they watch both shows, how can they keep track of who's on a specific show, especially when they see them on both shows? These are questions. Do you have answers?
These are questions. And again, remember, at least according to what Triple H said, and things change very rapidly in WWE, especially as we get close to WrestleMania season next year. But the intention is Roman Reigns will only be on one show. That is going to be a very limited pool that they've announced that could appear on both shows.
Well,
did you see that they announced?
Yeah,
the pool of people that could be on both shows.
No, I saw SmackDown, and I know they've announced other draft picks after SmackDown on the interweb, and I wrote things down and it still confuses me, but we'll go over it.
Okay.
because Triple H came out at the top of the program, Smackdown for April 28th, the draft episode. And the first thing that he said was, we're going to have 50% of the draft tonight and 50% on Raw. And make note of that, because I'm going to ask you as the sports expert a couple of questions here. And also, select NXT stars are available. Select. So who selected them? And why is only select? Shouldn't everybody be? Anyway.
Yeah, what is that? I didn't even think about that.
Okay, well, I see, because I'm going to tell you here in a minute. The rosters go into effect Monday, May the 8th. And Triple H was reading a lot of this off some notes like a speaker at a future Farmers of America banquet with not, I think it's some of these things. He even looked like he rolled his eyes at one point in time, like he lost an argument with Vince over, does this make any fucking sense? If you go back and watch this thing.
Well, no, hold on. The rumor is that he blinked in Morse code, "Save me, Tony."
So anyway, now I come to you, Brian. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm just a small town bird lawyer. I really don't legitimately know anything about pro sports drafts otherwise than they go on. I don't know the rules. I don't know.
They go on and on and on, actually.
Well, but I mean, I know they happen. I don't know the rules. I don't know. I have the basic idea that, hey, these college kids are coming into the NBA or whatever the fuck, we're going to draft them to pro teams. I got the concept vaguely, but I don't know the rules. But it seems like that it would be the thing that you would do no matter what the sport was or no matter what the endeavor was. If you're drafting people, picking people that you want, and you've got the number one pick, that means that you would want to pick the absolute best person in that pool, the best baseball player, the best basketball player, the best whatever the fuck, right? The biggest money draw, the person that will help your team the best. That's kind of the concept, right?
Right. And again, what makes the WWE draft a little different than any of the major sports is that it's more like picking teams for intramurals than it is finding the best amateurs to fill your league in the future with.
Okay. But still, they've said in the build up to this thing that tag teams could be broken up, or that, things could be uprooted. But for one thing, do you get to pick now a tag team or a guy with his friend and his manager or a group of 4 people as a draft pick in anything?
By the way, who's picking? We don't even know that.
Well, I mean, there's so many questions. I'm just trying to get to the top ones here first. And they have guest pickers. And they should have had Roy Clark and Buck Owens. One could have been picking, the other could have been grinning. But they had guest pickers all night where Triple H announced some of the picks. And then we'll get to JBL and Teddy Long and Rob Van Dam and the fucking bloated corpse of Michael Hayes. Oh. But how can you pick multiple people as a pick? Is that done anywhere else?
No, I mean, usually the first pick in the first round of the Major League Baseball draft, they'll take the most promising young player, more than likely out of college, but not necessarily out of college. That is not the way it's always done. Here, it was, we take this guy and 2 people that he's chosen to take with him. I've never seen that before, no.
Okay, and then second, well, I'll get to the point of the first pick, going to SmackDown, Roman Reigns and Solo and Paul Heyman. And that means that the new world champion, the fill-in champion, will be exclusive to Raw because Reigns is on SmackDown. But Reigns has been on one show as often as he's been on the other show here lately. I don't know what the fuck. And then Raw gets the number 2 pick, and that's Cody. Okay, if they'd have picked Reigns, and obviously his manager goes with him, Paul's a given, but Solo, that was odd. when they could have also picked him to go to SmackDown singly. And Cody makes sense because you've just picked the top heel, let's pick the top babyface. Now we go back to SmackDown. Ahead of Seth Rollins, Edge, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, is Brock Lesnar involved in this fiasco? Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, they picked Bianca Belair. And that's why I asked you the question, well, wait a minute, isn't it the biggest stars? And I know she's one of the women's champions. But they obviously made it. We picked 2 guys, so now we got to pick 2 girls because number 4 going to Raw is Becky. And see above, yes, Becky and Bianca are 2 of the top women on the roster, but Edge, Rollins, McIntyre, Brock, these are bigger stars, right? So wouldn't they go quicker?
And by the way, if I'm the Raw general manager, boy, wouldn't it really screw up SmackDown if I don't pick any more women? If I only pick from the male pool, they'll have to eventually take all the women.
Well, yeah, but I mean, see, now they're just...
Bro, what if they didn't pick Becky Lynch next? What if they had said instead we take Damian Priest or something? Then it'll be like, oh, well, we have Bianca, what's next? And here's the other problem that you have, and you see this later on with one of the other picks. But if Bianca's the champion going here, that guarantees the other champions going there.
Well, if they wanted to try to make it interesting, they shouldn't have to guarantee that. If they had the 2 women's champions on the same show mad at each other because, well, this is my show, I'm the champion. Well, I'm champion of the other show I used to be on. Until somebody beats me, I'm on this show, but I'm their champion.
Actually,
so
that'd be
fuck
good.
You.
With Rhea Ripley and Bianca, that'd be good. But the issue is now, not even that it's an issue, but Gunther gets drafted. So that means Austin Theory, because he's the other champion, is going to go to the other show. You just know it.
Well, hold on, we ain't there yet. And then they broke up and broke the draft up with various non-wrestling matches. At that point, Triple H introduced the Usos, but we're going to skip ahead and we're going to keep with the draft, and then we're going to come back when we get to the main event and tell you what you didn't miss because it almost didn't happen. So, next out was Rob Van Dam and Michael Hayes. And if you're a smart fan, which is about all we've got left, you know that Michael Hayes is on the creative team.
In the wardrobe department.
Certainly not the wardrobe department. He looked like an explosion in a Salvation Army drop box. But I think it's SmackDown that he's on. So, but the point is, if you're smart, most people are, you know that. Rob Van Dam, why is he picking people? They just flew him in to fucking announce draft picks. So now this is kind of like the Oscars also, where they got guest pickers.
And he had the card upside down.
Well, I think he knew what the fuck.
I know, but it's still funny.
I didn't
even notice. You didn't notice.
I never noticed that until I saw it on Twitter. Somebody said it on Twitter. But anyway, so again, the first pick here is for SmackDown, and it's Montez Ford and Daryl Dawkins, the Street Profits. And so there's 2 of them. And they had said several times, I heard it in the middle of all the other blather leading up to this over the previous few weeks, teams could be split. Well, no, because they just drafted both. How can you? If you're going to have a tag team draft, that's great. That's actually smarter than splitting up any tag team that might be established, somebody might give a shit about, but then don't say teams can be split up. I don't. And then the next pick to Raw, Kaiser Wilhelm, Marcel Marceau, and our boy Gunther, all 3 of Imperium at the same time is a pick and goes to the other show. And then after that to SmackDown comes Edge, a Hall of Famer. And then to Raw goes Riddle, a Hall of Shamer. So this is telling me now that somebody thinks that it's better to have Montez Ford and Daryl Dawkins than the aforementioned Owens and Zayn, who are the undisputed tag team champions, or McIntyre, or fucking Rollins is not even, or Sheamus, or huge names.
But here's the thing that they didn't really clarify, or at least I don't think they did. But looking around online, there seems to be like an agreed upon talent pool for night 2. Was it that? When they said it's going to be 50% now, 50% Raw, was it?
Okay.
We're only picking from 50%, a pool of 50% of the talent?
Okay, yes, and that would explain why they're doing this, but that wouldn't explain why they're doing this.
No, exactly.
Because in the NBA, once again, in the NBA draft, we got the 6 top players. Now we're going to go down to the fucking guys ranked in the 20s, and then we're coming back on Tuesday, and we're going to pick those guys from fucking 6 to 19 or what. You see what I'm going with this?
Well, Bianca Belair going to SmackDown. Now her husband, one of the Street Profits, going to SmackDown. Becky Lynch going to Raw. That basically guarantees Seth Rollins is staying on Raw, right?
I guess. Anyway, more drafting. Here came JBL and Teddy Long. And again, and I love probably 2 of my favorite people during my period of time in the WWE would be JBL and Teddy Long. But what do they in this context have to do? They're guest pickers. Okay.
Can I say something about JBL?
Please go ahead.
And I won't say anything bad because I know you like him and I don't have anything.
I do.
I don't have anything fresh today. But someone just put up the video after you told the story about one of the Highlanders showing up in TNA. I forgot. The next thing that we saw him do was on Raw have a singles match with JBL. That was the punishment. I forgot all about that.
Well, and then I saw that also, and somebody put, and his punishment was a stiff beating at the hands of the clothesline was stiff. It was always stiff, but it was in the right place. And if you watch the match, he beat him in a minute. It was definitely a punishment, but he didn't potato him or hurt him at all.
It wasn't Public Enemy.
Well, in relation to any other match that he's ever had. Like I said, the clothesline was there regardless of who you were. But anyway, so on going to SmackDown. Now, Bobby Lashley, by the way. Bobby Lashley is not as big of a fucking addition as Kaiser Wilhelm. And then to Raw, Drew McIntyre. And then to SmackDown, we forgot about these fine fellows. Gallows and Anderson and AJ Styles, who's coming back from an injury, and Mia Yim. 4 people are a pick.
Get ready, Judgment Day. Get ready. It just so happens there's 3 people and a woman. Well, not 3 people and a woman. 3 men and a woman.
3 people and a woman.
I sound like Andy Kaufman over here. No, there's 3 male wrestlers and a woman, so they're set up for the Judgment Day.
That used to be, you know what? Every once in a while in the early 70s, Nick Goulas, especially on his end, but they had it once here in the Gardens. I wish I'd have seen it, but it was before I got to start going live. But they would have a 8-person mixed tag match with a regular-sized man, a regular-sized woman, a male midget, and a female midget on each team. And that was just swell. Anyway, and the next pick going to Raw after the entire O Club. They're in the O Club, all 4 of them. Raw gets Miz. Oh, joy, oh, bliss.
They already had him. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, well, there you go. So he doesn't even have to fucking pack his bags.
But the next round of the draft was the big one. That was the really big one.
Okay.
Shawn Michaels is very upset.
And then here comes Shawn Michaels and Road Dogg. Okay. Again, if you're smart, you know that Road Dogg is involved in the office and Shawn Michaels is presented as the major domo of NXT. So there's some involvement here. But at this point, though, this was not exciting television. And we're going to mention briefly the wrestling that they didn't have. But it was like watching a local city council meeting on cable access at this point, as they're just reading names and showing graphics. So,
and again, just in the world of kayfabe, we still don't know who's actually picking any of these people. Who's giving these wrestlers the orders of what picks to make?
Yeah, a couple of times they did reference
a door.
Well, they're still deliberating.
Yeah.
Yes, they're still deliberating in the back, and there's the door. It was Klondike Bill. Klondike Bill's the one picking the wrestlers. That you didn't pop on that indicates it's been a long time since I've told that story, and I won't descend into it now, or as Mama Cornette would say, digress, but remind me sometime of the Klondike Bill story.
The drive-thru's in a few days.
Anyway, so going to SmackDown, Bayley and Kai and Sky, all three of them, their group is unharmed and impervious to breakup. And then to Raw, go Shaky Nakamura.
I'm happy with that. That's a good thing. If you want to get anything new out of him, put him on a new show.
Well, there you go. I wish he'd be on a whole new show. Maybe something in the line of, I don't know, fucking home repair, gardening.
See, the problem is you've never actually seen any of his good matches, so you're only judging him based on the way he's been used on
Based
TV
on
by
what he
WWE.
does now.
Yeah.
I'm judging him based solely on what he's done for the last 3 years.
He was off TV for like a year. But anyway.
And next pick, going to SmackDown, Alba Fire and Isla Dawn.
Oh, boy.
Yes, Alba Fire and Isla Dawn.
Melba Toast and...
and Plum Pudding.
Yeah, Wash with Dawn.
Hey, that Dawn is good for your dishes. My mother used Dawn. And going to Raw, right after them, Indy Hartwell.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see how she does. She wasn't too bad. She had some size.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Indy Hartwell. And I'm sure I will be at some point saying there's something wrong with Alba Fire and Isla Dawn because I've never fucking seen them. But Jesus Christ. Again, there's a lot of stars. And we're not getting them. They're not being mentioned.
Did you see the supplemental picks after the fact?
No, well that's where the draft on the SmackDown episode ended. So let's now, what have they trickled out under cover of darkness in the way of news on the draft over a weekend where nobody's paying close attention?
Here are some of the draft picks that weren't worthy of making the actual show on TV. Apollo Crews will be leaving NXT, drafted by Raw. I didn't realize he was in NXT. Huh. Shows how long it's been since we watched that.
Yeah.
Starting on Raw and staying on Raw, Candice LeRae.
Oh, boy. So Candy doesn't have to move or anything.
Coming together as a tag team, although one is from Raw, one is from SmackDown. Raw is picking Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville. Because Sonya's from SmackDown, Chelsea's from Raw, according to this. But
they've been hanging out together for the last month. Every time we've seen one, we've seen the other.
I guess that's all it takes to be drafted together, right? Just
okay.
Well, staying on Raw, Dexter Lumis. Watch out, Indy Hart. Is he married to Indy Hartwell in character still?
I don't know, but have we seen him recently?
Uh-oh, that's like his gimmick. Better watch out behind you. If you haven't seen him in a while.
Here he is. He's in the house. He's in my house. Wait. Oh, my God. He's coming through the window.
Sounds like he's through.
Wait, he's lobbing Molotov cocktails.
What, he's got missiles?
He's got missiles now.
Oh,
it's wait. They're announcing an air raid.
Thought it was a truce.
Oh my God. I think I've just herniated myself. All right.
Well, that was the right sound effect to end with because SmackDown will be retaining Ashante the Adonis, B-Fab, and Top Dollar, better known as Hit Row. All
righty. So we have more entertainment coming up in the foreseeable future with Flop Dollar and his gang.
I think this is one of those times where WWE Creative and you and I, our minds are kind of together. They enjoy it for the same reasons we enjoy it now, and that's why they keep booking it. But going from NXT to Raw, Jim, J.D. McDonough.
Who?
I'm not sure. And SmackDown, another pick they'll be retaining on their show, Lacey Evans.
Boy, howdy. They have pretty much humiliated and embarrassed and or just dropped the ball with her on every one of their programs, right? But now we hear somebody sent me an email, and I lost it before I read it on the program. It said that she's apparently a very right-wing lunatic that doesn't believe in autism and has said rude, nasty things on the internet or whatever, so they may be trying to hide her.
Usually they put you in the boardroom in WWE if you talk like that. But the next pick, Raw will be retaining Marseille and Soiree, the maximum male models, with Maxine Dupree.
All righty. Shouldn't it be something that you can do in the draft where if nobody wants you, they can dump you and give you the or a gong or something?
We'll get to that list shortly. Getting drafted from SmackDown to Raw, Natalya. And going... Well, go ahead.
That seems a lateral move for Natty.
Also going from SmackDown to Raw, the Viking Raiders and Valhalla.
Maybe that's why they just beat the Vikings and Val in like 90 seconds on this program.
And finally, going from NXT to Raw, Zoe Stark.
Reedy.
Now, Jim, I have free agents here. The following wrestlers were declared free agents mostly due to going undrafted. They're allowed to appear on both Raw and SmackDown.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. So if you're so crummy that nobody wants you to draft you, then you get to be on both shows? Then doesn't that mean that all the people that got drafted are now pissed off? They're like, well, fuck, we cut our payoffs in half. If we were the shits, they'd put us on both shows.
Well, free agents that could...
Does this make any sense?
No. When do you hear this list? The free agents that could appear on both shows, Dolph Ziggler can now appear on both Raw and SmackDown.
So he can do double the amount of jobs.
As well as Mustafa Ali.
So he can do quadruple the amount of jobs.
As well as almost an MVP.
Okay. Maybe so they can just show up wherever it will be the most palatable instead of trying to put him on one program and people getting sick of him quick. That's my thought there.
Been booked horribly, and we don't know how much talent he has or doesn't have, but he is a giant, so that is the kind of person you kind of wish you could have bounce back and forth, I would think. And finally, undrafted free agent from NXT, Von Wagner.
Okay, he's the guy that looks like they took his brain out and put it back in again. He's got the giant head.
I read about that once in the Observer.
Yeah, it's a growing trend, but he looks like they kind of flattened his head out like the Jack Pierce makeup of the Frankenstein monster, and then just put a latch on it. And he's gonna, I'm sure, make a lot of waves.
Now I have a list here. This is from Wikipedia of unlisted wrestlers. Again, we'll talk about who's drafted on Raw when we do the Raw review, but these are wrestlers not currently listed in either talent pool, I guess. Alexa Bliss, Aaliyah, Big E, obviously injury plays a part in some of this.
Right.
Bray Wyatt and Uncle Howdy.
Ha ha!
Carmella.
Nobody wants you.
Is anyone clamoring for, there was a bit of a fan base clamoring for him when he was gone last time. I think it's gone now.
I'm thinking people are just holding their breath, hoping he doesn't show back up.
Randy Orton, Robert Roode, again, both injury related. Shanky, I forgot all about this guy. How's he on
what?
This? Remember the big guy that they called Shanky?
Oh,
I forgot all about him.
And his little dog Spanky.
And finally, Tommaso Ciampa.
Where in the world has Tommaso been? I haven't thought of him since we quit watching NXT.
It says here, again, Wikipedia, he last appeared on Raw September 17th, 2022. He's inactive due to a hip injury.
Well, as tremendous as his work was and as hard as he does work, he is also he's overcome a number of serious injuries in his career. So I'm not saying he's injury prone, but at this point, there's almost nothing he hadn't hurt. So I hate to hear that.
Before we move on to SmackDown, I want to ask you a question, but any final thoughts on night 1 of the draft?
Yeah, I wish they weren't going to have night 2 because it's going to be worse. Because now we know half of the people that they're not going to be talking about. I mean, I think they're trying to sell us the sleeves off their vest here. They're selling a big deal that's a popcorn fart.
So my question is, seeing that number 1 in the draft was Roman Reigns and number 2 was Cody Rhodes, and everything that built into WrestleMania, people are still disappointed over the ending. And that happens. Look, there's still people upset Sami Zayn didn't win in Montreal. People get upset over finishes. But partly people are upset because it didn't seem like it was the right thing. Things haven't really felt right since. And now with this, having a new world championship, and now Roman Reigns and Cody are on different shows, unless there's some wacky trade. Now WrestleMania's booking looks even worse, but what do you do now with Cody? Because Cody, if he just wins the other championship, his story doesn't feel complete in any way. However, you don't want him chasing someone new also, because then he's just chasing someone new for a new title. That feels kind of the same thing as a letdown. What do you do now?
That's he either gets the consolation belt or chases someone else for the consolation belt. If their plan is to keep, it's starting to look like now like they put Reigns on SmackDown and he's going to have the belt till WrestleMania next year, and they put the new one on Cody or put the new one on someone, and then Cody wins it between now and WrestleMania next year and holds it for some period of time until he demands the rematch or something like that. That's maybe how they're going to string this out. But I just had a thought when you were speaking. I was trying not to listen to you, so I was thinking about other things. What would it have been like, since they obviously knew what they were going to do after WrestleMania, before WrestleMania? So what would it have been like if they did this? Cody beats Roman Reigns. Cody wins the undisputed Universal title, and he fulfills the story, but Roman Reigns then hears about this new world championship belt they're going to make, because they wouldn't have had to worry about they could have said, basically, instead of saying the other guy only shows up to work part-time and you fans deserve that, so we're going to give some schlub that doesn't have the pull to get booked every week, we're going to give him another title to defend. They could have announced another title with a better reason, such as even the network demands a champion on this program, and Roman hears about that and smashes everybody and wins the new belt, and then holds that undefeated for a year while Cody's over on the other program, and then you have WrestleMania. I don't know. I just farted that a second ago.
And that's a whole lot better than everything they've done since. I think they've squandered a lot of the goodwill, and we've talked about it. But
and then Roman could even be, I don't want this belt that I hold, but nobody's going to take it away from me because it's the key. And then maybe you have at WrestleMania every year, there is a clash of the two champions. I don't fucking. Well, then you'd have to split the fucking belt off again. I don't know.
You know what else? It's a way, not saying this is perfect, but it's a way to give Cody a grievance even though you've made him the champion. That's kind of legitimate. He finally overcomes everything and wins the title they stole from his daddy, and then they steal the prestige right from under him and just make another world champion.
Yeah. Cody's pissed that they've declared another champion for the, necessity of the other program and the expansion around the world. And Reigns is the guy he still smashes everybody else and wins that thing, but he doesn't want it. And even he spits on it because he wants what he had that Cody took away from him. but nobody's going to fucking take the new belt away from him because that's his ticket back to Cody. And then you've got a guy that's disrespecting one of the fucking championship belts while the other guy is the All-American.
Hey, let me ask you this let's finish this hypothesis with this. Everything you just said there at the end, what if you do that with Cody now? He wins the title and he immediately denounces it. This is not what I want. This is not what I've been chasing. I know you're on a different show. I'm going to find a way to get to you, even if it means I have to win the Royal Rumble again to pick who I'm going to wrestle.
There you go. And that's probably what they're about to do.
This has been Booking 101 with Jim Cornette.
I'm not, the thing, well, no, with Brian last too, but I'm not sure.
Hello.
I'm not sure that, it might be good for Cody and they prolong it to WrestleMania, but I still think that moment was there. That moment was there. But all right. Speaking of a moment that was there, let's real quickly tell you what else was on SmackDown, because this is hilarious, in my opinion. As soon as Triple H was out and done doing the first round of draft picks, he brings the Usos out. And they did a promo and did comedy back and forth while they were talking about Roman Reigns not calling them or texting them or being in contact with them or returning their messages. But they were doing the back and forth comedy. He didn't return our text. No, he didn't return our smoke signal. He didn't return our... Was that the right emotion, the right demeanor, as Finkel would say, for them to have been doing that and kind of making fun of the fact that the big man ain't speaking to him? Anyway, then Owens and Zayn come out, because that's the main event, the tag team match, and have their face off. And Sammy tells him one more time, you're dedicating the match to this guy. He won't even talk to you. He's drafted without you. And the Usos tell him to piss off, and Kevin Owens tells him to fuck you, and there we go. And then, Brian, we've been waiting for LA Knight to get a win on TV. They finally found somebody he can beat, Butch. It was 22 minutes into the program. The bell rang for match number 1. They went 90 seconds and went to the break. They came back just in time to see LA Knight do his incredible leaping superplex and get a 2 count.
Man, I saw crowd footage of that, and you could really appreciate the pop it got. Because all through this match, you could tell the fans are really getting into LA Knight. I don't even think he's the babyface here, but they're really getting into LA Knight. They're chanting for him. They're yelling his name. But when you see the crowd footage without the WWE sweetening, you could really appreciate it. They're into him.
And it was an incredible, again, move, athleticism. And I wish that had been the finish, because he was going to win anyway. Within 2 minutes, he beat the fucking guy anyway. So the point is, he got 3 minutes and a win over the lowest ranked guy on a totem pole. And then Paul E is with the Usos, because we're setting up the main event here first, folks. He's telling the Usos tonight's their night. It's going to be all or nothing, the island of relevancy or the sea of obscurity. Gives them a big pep talk, and then says tonight is the night. But behind them, he's looking at Solo and hands Solo the roll of tape so he can tape his thumb. Ernie Ladd would have been proud. And then they had a three-way. Well, go ahead. What?
Are they getting too cute with Heyman doing things right next to the Usos or behind the Usos that the cameraman sees?
Yes. It's so obvious. Yes. And you would think that the Usos, maybe their wives or children, might tell them, watch out for that fucking Heyman.
Maybe like in the middle of the show, like a text message. Hey, I'm watching on national TV. You better watch out.
Yeah.
No.
And the only other, we got 2 other matches on this program. For whatever reason, they had a 3-way tag team match with the Street Profits, Ricochet and Strongman, and the LWO, all 3 babyface teams. And as soon as they rang the bell, they did a comedy spot where Brown was going to throw Ricochet like he did last week, but he was going to throw him at the opponents, and Ricochet's like, no, I promise, no, I promise. And they spend 30 seconds talking this over, and then he says, okay, and the strong man throws him over the top, and the guys were standing there waiting to catch him the whole time. And they went to the break. That was 30 seconds. And then they came back and it was over in 3 minutes. Each team got like a minute. And then Zelina and Cruella. Zelina beat Cruella in 1 minute. And then Rhea Ripley hit the ring and leveled Zelina and Cruella. And then Zelina reverses a riptide and DDT'd her and ran off. And
That's your senator, Randolph.
Randolph. He is mentally and physically off. And then, for no apparent reason, AJ Styles and Gallows and Anderson come out to the ring, and Mia Yim, and they start a promo, and here come the Vikings and Val. And they interrupt the thing, and they just get in a sloppy fight, and they kick the shit out of the Vikings for like 20 seconds and leave them laying and walk off. And
why do we have factions everywhere in both companies now? This isn't good.
I don't know. And besides, for a pre-tape of Karrion Kross attacking Nakamura in the back and beating him up, that was the entire program, except for the main event tag team match. 8 minutes of wrestling in an hour and 40 minutes. And they rang the bell for the main event, Sammy and Owens against Usos for the tag title. They had 20 minutes left in the show, right? So the Usos, the heels, jump them from behind and beat them up and double super kick Owens, and they go to the break in 1 minute. What the fuck? We cannot see a wrestling match on it. So when they come back, they're getting heat on Owens, and they've wrapped his leg around the post. He sold it the whole match. But with a minute or so of heat, then Owens tags Sammy. Sammy makes comeback and a dive and gets some 2 counts while they do the thing where Owens and the other Uso aren't even on the ring or anywhere in sight. And then they stop Sammy and they go to another break. They've been going like 4 minutes. I mean, what? You can't concentrate on or get into anything. And when they come back, there's less than 10 minutes on the air. Sammy gets another tag to Owens, another comeback, a 2 count. At that point, they leave the match and go to a camera in the back on Paul and Solo watching the match on the monitor. And Paul gets the phone call from Roman and looks at Solo and says, "Tonight is your night." Then they go back to the match. Now, the fans in the arena are loving the match that we have barely seen.
Yeah.
I will say that for them. The fans there that actually have gotten to see this fucking thing, they're loving it. And then here comes Solo out seconds later because it's his night. And before he even gets through ringside, Riddle jumps him. And in the sloppiest looking way I've ever seen, they fought off. Just fought off. They walked through a curtain
with lots of people around.
Because it was one of the side arena exits, but they just walked through a curtain with Riddle throwing what were allegedly punches at Solo's back, and they just walked through the curtain. And that was it for Solo. And now we go back to the ring, and now the Usos have Owens in the ring by himself, and they throw 4,000 super kicks. And the referee's standing there letting them just double team at will. And then after they can't beat Kevin Owens with 4,000 super kicks, and he keeps fighting back, then Sammy pulls one of the Usos out. Owens stunners the other one. Sammy rolls in and hits the fucking haluva kick. 1, 2, 3. It was probably a good match. We saw very little of it, and there were a lot of distractions, but Solo was left with his dick in his hand, and the Usos got beat again. So, and I'm not saying I expected them to switch the belts, but I don't know what to say. What do you say?
it was hard to really care about this match after the whole show. Plus, I just think that the way they've done these backstage segments, the way there's been no forward mobility, whether you like Riddle or not, he was just kind of thrown into this despite past issues with Solo. They've taken all the steam out of this for me. Now, look, they had a hot crowd there, and they were into it. But I said the other day, the more Sammy talks and tries to be the peacemaker with all this stuff, I don't want to see him and the Usos talking to each other anymore. Like, we've done that. Now just fight without going to commercial.
Yes.
Are the Usos going to get drafted away from SmackDown? What do you think they're going to do there?
Well, hopefully they'll at least get to go to the Marines or the Army, because I don't think they do well in the Navy. Well, maybe they're from an island. No,
I don't even know
they're going to get drafted.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they do well in the Navy?
Well, then I thought, well, because they're from an island, they've been around waters, they probably would, I guess. But hopefully it won't be the Air Force.
Are they from an island, or is their dad from an island?
Well, they're from the island of relevancy.
That's true. That's a very good point. Very, very good. That's in the state of euphoria, I understand.
Yes. All right. Speaking of other states, let's talk real briefly about, now we've talked long enough on this program that a couple of other things have taken place of note. In the state of Illinois, the city of Chicago, Chicagoland, the metropolitan area, it was technically Cicero, Illinois. I've been to this arena. The Cicero Stadium, one of the guests at the Impact Wrestling event that took place on Saturday night, April the 29th, was our friend Mr. Brooks. Our Mr. Brooks, CM Punk, was seen visiting some old friends and colleagues.
We just called this, didn't we?
At Impact Wrestling. And it's in his home area, although Cicero is probably not anywhere around Punk's neighborhood in Chicago. It's where he lives, and he was there visiting some, as I said, friends and colleagues. And from what I understand, the fans were very happy to see him when he walked in, and they along with the talent, ushered him right into where he could visit for a while. And I know now Uncle Dave may say, well, he's trying to cover his ass. He needs a job. So hopefully he'll get booked with Impact if his other visits don't work out.
No, come on.
Yeah. Well, that's a preemptive fuck you to Uncle Dave, because here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking actually Impact. What's the feller's name that runs that thing? Nordholm.
Oh, he's a goof.
Ed Nordholm should have, at that point, when he saw that man walk in, he should have said, Punk, tell you what, we'll make you our highest paid wrestler by $1 a year, plus give you 25 to 40% of the company if you will just come and be on our TV.
He was too busy asking Lenny Asper to twist his nipples.
Hey!
No, from what I understand, Dave Meltzer reported that CM Punk went there, he was ushered into the show, but on the way in, he killed several small puppies.
Oh, well, that's why he came. Because, that stray dog problem in Cicero, and no, Punk is an animal lover. It was old ladies that he kicked, and he turned a wheelchair over on the way out.
There were a few photos that got out of Punk with different wrestlers backstage. Everyone seems happy. Ricky Morton was one of them. Again, this is now two different companies, two different
Ricky
shows.
Morton, by the way, people say, wait a minute, was Ricky Morton now wrestling? He was producing this weekend for Impact, is what we're hearing. A picture with Ricky Morton, picture with some of the wrestlers, smiles on it. He's putting smiles on people's faces.
So this is now two different shows in a week, and if we want to go a little bit further back, he apparently attended that New Japan show they did in California a few months ago. So that's three different shows, three different companies. He's attended. No one's been punched in the eye or had a chair thrown at them. Everyone seems to be smiling. In every photo I see, there are some people that think this is all an act, that CM Punk doesn't actually enjoy going out and seeing people and attending any of these things. He's just doing this to, I don't even know what the argument would be, troll Tony Khan's wallet? I don't know. What are your thoughts on all this?
Well, again, hey, Tony, I got so much free time on my hands because of your immature, gutless EVPs that I got to occupy myself somehow, going over and saying hello to some old friends, catching some grappling action at the various places around Chicagoland, Boy, I wish I had more to do with my time, like draw you millions of dollars, but I mean, we think the return is imminent because they've got big plans for the United Center, and Uncle Dave has tried to start softening the blow to the AEW faithful out there by saying, well, it's going to mean a lot of money to the company, with what they're paying for rights fees these days for that Saturday show. If Warner Brother Discovery did indeed ask for Punk by name, he's the brand name, ask for it by name for that show.
They could put him on the video game cover again.
They could put him back on the video game cover.
Still hasn't come out.
God damn it. They may have taken him back off of it because he might die of old age by the time that thing hits the shelves. My God, he's 40 now. He can't be wrestling when he's 77. But he's basically showing Tony, you fucking moron. If I walk out into a goddamn parking lot, it makes news. And who else do you have on your roster that can be said that about? So smarten up, get your head out of your ass. And in the meantime, he's having fun visiting different places in Chicago. I understand he's going to be signing muffins at Mindy's Bakery coming up on Tuesday at 3 a.m. Get there early.
Where do you think Punk will be next? I mean, what will it be? AAA in Mexico City? Will he show up at Korakuen Hall in Tokyo? Where in the world will CM Punk be found next?
I don't know if he's going to take an international flight just to troll Tony. I think it probably has to be somewhere in the neighborhood of where he's at already. He has a home in California and a mansion there in Chicago, and I think he's got a winter home down in Key West also. But there's
okay.
I don't know. He's living all over the world. There's somebody else in AEW that's not as well known as CM Punk that just got their own T-shirt, and even the AEW fans are verklempt and bumfuzzled and gobsmacked and don't know what to think about it. Have you heard about this, Brian? This is a new development.
I've been actually checking it out this morning because the photo went around yesterday, and my first thought was, ooh, that's a bad idea to put that on a shirt. And it turns out everyone else had that reaction, but people have really gone crazy about it. And now Britt Baker's fighting back, or at least addressing what she thinks about the whole thing.
Well, what is she? Well, let's tell the people what it is, and then you tell me what she thinks about the whole thing. But basically, somehow in the angle where they handcuffed Adam Cole in such an unwieldy and awkward way to the rope last week on week 4 last on Dynamite, and while he was immobilized, the girls' heel crew came out from under the ring where apparently Jericho had planted them for just such an occasion. And because Jericho and his guys couldn't beat up Britt Baker in front of Adam Cole, the heel girls beat Britt Baker up in front of Adam Cole in order to make Adam Cole mad at Chris Jericho, who didn't touch her. But nevertheless, in the process, she got tatered and got a big black eye. Swelling on the cheek and the black eye and the whole thing. Most people know what a black eye looks like. I don't think I have to describe it. And she was on the Dynamite program this past Wednesday night doing a promo. She still had her makeup on, including eye makeup. So her makeup looked great, but she had the black eye too. This is real. I'm not saying the black eye's made up. But why would you put makeup on when you've got to try to make your eye look shiny and gold up top when it's black under the... I don't know what that was about. Anyway, so now they have come out with a T-shirt, and the picture I saw, is it black and white?
No, it's not.
Right? It's a shady shot. It's on a black T-shirt. It's a color picture.
I think the picture is the actual problem, the way the picture looks, but go ahead.
Well, it's from, I'm describing it from memory. You might have it in front of you because you're quicker on the interweb than I am. But half of her face is kind of in shadow, but the left half with the black eye is just a picture of her face close up with a big old black eye. And that's is there text? Is there copy? Are there words, names, phrases, recipes, anything else besides just a picture on a black t-shirt of a woman with a big black eye?
There's the tiny AEW logo at the bottom right-hand corner of the shirt.
Okay, how tiny would you say that is?
I don't know. I don't know if we're talking metric system or what you want to do here, but
if you're wearing it on the shirt, is it maybe the type is about the height of the width of your little finger?
Maybe. And
okay.
See, I think that's part of the problem, and we'll talk about what Britt said in a moment. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with this. I thought the shirt was a bad idea, but I didn't have a visceral reaction to it, like some people apparently have. Showing a female wrestler who just got beat up with a black eye is one thing. I think, unfortunately, due to the nature of what the photo is, which is a selfie, it appears, right in front of her face, she looks pretty downcast. Again, she has a black eye.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like she's like adopting a wrestling pose with her arms outstretched like I'm a badass. It's a close-up of her face like a mugshot. Well, just with a black eye.
You say like a mugshot. I think, and I could be wrong, what causes some people to go and get upset about this so much is because the photo itself looks like one of those photos you see from when a woman comes out with claims that she was abused, and here are the photos I took.
A selfie. See, I've never taken a fucking selfie. So to me, a picture of a person with a downcast, mope-faced expression from the neck up looks like a mugshot. She's neither happy nor performing. It's a picture of her after she just had her face caved in.
And again, if you're a fan of AEW or a fan of wrestling in general, this photo means one thing. I guess the people that are upset about it are upset about what people outside of wrestling would misinterpret this as meaning. Right? I mean, what else could you be upset about with this?
Well, no. Some people say, well, it glorifies, or not glorifies, but what's a...
Well, I have it here. Let me do this.
Domestic violence. It's making light of, or, whatever domestic violence. No, not domestic violence, because what they're overlooking, and you alluded to it, you caught it, is that the vast majority of people that see this shirt are not going to know who, and this is not knocking Britt Baker, but come on, folks, let's be real in the world. If you're walking down the fucking street in Cleveland, nobody's going to know who Britt Baker is that sees anybody wearing this shirt. Nobody is going to know that Britt Baker is Adam Cole's girlfriend or wife, and that's why that the heel wrestlers on this program that doesn't even have 1 million viewers in the United States of America with 350 million plus people is the girlfriend, and therefore she was beaten up by the heels to torture Adam Cole. They don't know the backstory. They don't know who this is. They don't know it's wrestling. You're walking down the street and it's not even like some type of picture that you would see in sports, like this noted female athlete looking triumphant, even though she's just been in a UFC fight or she's done something. It's like I said, a mugshot, a selfie, whatever you want to call it for whatever time period, of some poor woman with a blank face and a downtrodden expression with a black eye. So it wouldn't be calling to mind domestic violence because nobody knows who she's domestic with. It would just call into mind, why the fuck are you such a fucking creep that you want to wear a t-shirt with some unknown woman's face on it after she's been beaten up?
See, I think you're wrong. I think the average person would think domestic violence when they see a photo like that. That's exactly the kind of photo you see on the news from a woman who says she's been abused.
Okay, but I'm just thinking violence in general, domestic and or otherwise.
What other violence is there with women? There's domestic violence, or they become professional wrestlers or boxers. What other violence? All right,
whatever
MMA?
The case, then. Okay, I will tap out to that argument. But I'm just thinking not only domestic, but just random, uncalled for. She was mugged in a dark alley. Whatever. It's still not good. Why would you want to wear a T-shirt of this picture on your body when people are going to see you incessantly throughout the day that just think that you're a fucking weirdo and have no idea what's going on here.
And by the way, let's just say this comes off a period of time where you and I have received emails from people sending in photos of different merchandise. Apparently AEW is just on a string of releasing really embarrassing and awful wrestling t-shirts. There was the Sammy Guevara one of him looking into the mirror and seeing himself. There's a few different ones that are really bad, but this one obviously has people up in arms. Britt Baker tweeted out, because it's in storyline, that I guess the Outcasts somehow getting around any kind of law are just releasing this photo that Britt Baker took of herself on a t-shirt to sell it to make fun of her. So Britt Baker responded.
Wait, what?
It's not a Britt Baker shirt. It's not supposed to be Britt Baker selling her own shirt. It's supposed to be the Outcasts. Oh, no, I guess no. Well, let me read it right here. I'm beyond furious, but the dipshit Outcast made the shirts. If someone is going to make a dime off my face on a shirt, it's going to be me. So I guess she's saying she took control and released a shirt to combat the Outcast doing it to set up her releasing the shirt so they can sell
Jesus
it.
Christ.
So someone... go ahead.
Well, didn't they either do a shirt or they certainly showed the picture incessantly of her when she was bleeding in some kind of hardcore girls match where she got juice?
Yeah, her and Thunder Rosa.
And that, I can't believe that didn't get him kicked off television. And then now they're doing it, and it's got to be, she's got to have in mind that she is doing this stuff as a women's trailblazer. See, the women can bleed too, and the women can get beat up. And they've broken her nose, 4 or 5 times? They need to, not only do they need to obviously train the girls better to avoid all the girls constantly being operated on, but they need to yank a knot in Britt Baker's tail on, and every other girl that wants to get juice and do garbage matches with weapons, because it's gotten embarrassing, and it's going to cause them trouble sooner or later when they go too far, because I don't see why even the television network would want the type of viewers that want to watch women roll around in barbed wire and bleed.
And again, the shirt's a bad idea, and we can look at various people who should be to blame for allowing this to get out, from Tony Khan to the merch team to Britt Baker and everyone else. But someone responded to Britt Baker, who again was tweeting out in character about the shirt. Can't believe AEW is trying to make money on a t-shirt that supports domestic violence. This shirt, in the eyes of the public, is going to cause more harm than good. A lot of people don't even know what AEW stands for. And some dude wearing it in a bar proudly, shake my head. A lot of black eyes. Britt Baker responded to that. Supports domestic violence? How? I got a black eye in the ring in caps. My enemies put a pic on a shirt to troll me, and I outsmarted them.
Oh, God.
Does that mean all the top-selling bloody t-shirts are supporting murder? If a male wrestler had a shirt with a black eye, would you be this pissed?
Well, let's answer those questions, Britt. Number one, nobody knows who the fuck you are. So the thing that anybody's 99.8% of the people that see the shirt are not going to know, oh, you're a wrestler and the heels did that to you, like you say. They're going to think, what the fuck is that? A crime picture. Secondly, all the bloody wrestling shirts I see are clearly fucking wrestlers bleeding in a goddamn match, or with a fucking chair around their neck, or barbed wire, whatever the fucking, they look like wrestlers. And it's a wrestling photo from a wrestling match. And thirdly, if it was a man with a black eye, well, if it was a male wrestler that was clearly identified as a wrestler on a shirt, then you expect a wrestler to have a black eye. But since this shirt only has AEW, instead of Dr. Britt Baker, girl wrestler who does hardcore matches, it's still different. If I see Steve Austin on a shirt with a black eye, I get it immediately.
And I don't think, oh my God, this guy's clearly been beaten up by his wife.
By his wife, right? I don't think, no. So no. women are not equal in this regard, in that when you see a guy with a black eye, you don't think the first thing is that his fucking wife beat him up. But you probably, and many people apparently do, think, oh boy, her husband might have whacked her.
Yeah, you just see a generic face on a shirt. Again, Britt Baker's not known by the general public. And with a black eye and a very, very, very tiny AEW logo at the bottom, your mind's not going to, that's clearly a wrestler.
No.
The best case scenario is the shirt starts a conversation of, why are you wearing that? What is that? That's the best case scenario wearing that shirt. Or
another scenario is the fucking shirt initiates a fucking traffic stop or some type of fucking roadblock because they're looking for somebody and you get interrogated for 30 minutes.
You're in a bar drinking with your friends. There's a woman there who's been abused. She sees that shirt. Shit could pop off quick. Like, sometimes people in wrestling are so stuck in their own heads, they don't realize how bad their ideas are to the outside world.
And there's, I know there's got to be, but maybe you can help me. Are there, 2, 3, 4 female AEW fans?
Well, no, AEW heels is, I think, still a thing. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, do they want to wear that shirt? And if they wear that shirt, what does it look like when you see a girl walking down the street with a picture on her T-shirt of another unknown woman with a black eye? She was asking for it. That's what they'll tell the cops. She even had it on her shirt.
Is someone going to walk by and point to go, yeah, Britt Baker?
No. The fuck? So I don't think that's a good idea. That's just me.
Boy.
You know what's a good idea? Ending this program so we can do another one.
I knew it.
And I seem to remember this is my show, isn't it?
Yeah, you yelled at me last week for trying to end the show.
All right, and you didn't try to do it this week, did you?
Well, it's been another fine week here on the Jim Cornette Experience. Of course, join us both.
Anyway.
No, is that Dexter Loomis?
Yes, that's fucking poor Dolph Ziggler of moping his way down the street to do another job. Anyway, we're going to do another job in a couple of days. It's called The Drive-Thru, and that's Brian's program. We're going to talk about the other half of the draft. And until then, this is the end of the experience so that we can get to that. Thank you, fuck you, and play me off, Johnny. Ding, 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 ding.